Hi, everyone. Mic check. Good morning again. Is the sound okay? All right, it's fine. My name is Tswello Moreki, and I am not riding solo. I'm with my co-host Gabriel there. And thank you all for joining us. I think you guys deserve a round of applause. All right, thank you very much. Most of you are probably wondering, what is DevFest? Does everyone in this room know what DevFest is? Okay. So everyone knows what DevFest is. So DevFest is the biggest event series, right, of community-led events by your GDGs. So today we are with GDG Johannesburg, GDG Soweto, GDG Maseru, and GDG Pretoria. So I am part of the co-organizers for GDG Johannesburg, and I go by the name of Tswello Moreki. So all these years, we've been having different events from Google I/O, all these women tech makers events. And today, DevFest, it's like we are shutting down the year. So before we even start, I would like to thank our sponsors, BBD, DVT, Google, and Offerzen. Can you please all give them a round of applause? Because without them, this wouldn't be possible. And just a few ground rules before we start with our first speaker. Can we all make sure that our phones are on silent? And number 2, can we also give the speaker the attention that they need, right? Most of our speakers, they took their time. Some even flew in from Kenya, Nairobi, all the African countries. So imagine if you were the speaker standing here and people are just, having their own chats there. It's not gonna be nice. So can we also give them the respect that they deserve? And last but not least, you are allowed to clap, right? I don't want, the energy, guys. I know we are tired and everything. But again, put yourself in the speaker's shoes that now we are saying, introducing Tswello Moreki, and then people are quiet. How are you gonna feel, right? So again, let us clap for our speakers. If you want to scream, listen, do it, right? Thank you, Gabriel. So now we have our first speaker, Maya Edwin, and he is from Nairobi. So Maya Edwin is a senior software engineer at Textually KFT Budapest, Hungary. He is also a Google developer expert in web technologies. So his talk is going to be more on how to build for the modern open web, adapting new web capabilities like passkey authentication, building performant apps, and also getting a high new level overview of what you can get excited about in the UI space. So I know here we have developers who are interested in what Maya is already doing. So I'm hoping that you guys are going to learn. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Maya. Thank you. Let's clap again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. How are you guys? I'm fine. So I know our accent from the East African bit is quite different from yours, yeah? I hope you don't find it awkward. Okay, is it good? Then I pocket it. Nice. How are you guys? You're good? So my name is Maye. So, but some people call me May, some call me Maya, and all that. But you can call me Maye. Maye. That's how they call me back home. Anyway, great to meet you guys. It is my second time in your country. The first time I came, I went to, was it DevFest Cape Town? Yes, I think last year. Yeah, this is my second one. And then I was, earlier in the year, I was also in your country in court, that is Lesotho as well. So it's been amazing. Okay. It's been amazing to speak to your awesome community in this part of Africa. Yeah, so I'm happy. So I don't know if I need my laptop. Yeah, I can just put it there. Right? It'll be easy. Nice. So about me, like she said, I work for a company called Tagjoli. KFC is based in Budapest. I mostly work remotely. I go there once in a while. So working remotely is the thing, yeah? COVID did us good. So I don't need to go and live there. Okay, I can eat their money while in Africa. Yeah, so it's amazing. Anyway, so I've been there for quite some time. I'm also quite active on Twitter. So if you have some question, you can always reach out. I try as much as I can to promptly respond. And then I'm also big on, not really big, to do open source. So this is one of the projects I work on the side. So it's around building. How many of you are web developers? Okay. How many of you are software developers? Okay. How many of you are software engineers? Are they the same things? You know, a software developer and a software engineer are totally different. So a software developer can code. So everyone can, if you can code, you're a software developer. But then if you can come up with critical thinking, architectural design, and all that high-level planning of a project, that's when you become a software engineer. Anyway, yeah, so pwfi.org is an open source project that kind of provides a package or a library that allows you to plug in most of these modern web APIs, like push notifications, sharing, picking contacts on a web application, installing them as native applications and all that. So instead of trying to find where you can get these APIs from different documentation, so they are within one package and you can always get them. But it's also part of what we're going to be talking about. But basically that's also about me, big on community and stuff. Now into our talk. So it is true that the web is getting more kind of capable, and there's been an effort between or among browser vendors to kind of work together to make websites work equally or the same on all browsers, yeah? So when I talk about browser vendors, so that is Microsoft with Microsoft Edge, Google with Google Chrome, Safari, that is Apple, we have Opera Mini, Samsung browsers. So these guys, so like 2 years, 3 years ago, even today, if you build something, it could work on Google Chrome and not work on Microsoft Edge. So you have to switch browsers or maintain one browser for your users to be able to use certain features. But now there's been an effort to kind of have these guys come up with the standards and work together to make sure that everything works across. And that has made the web to evolve and become more capable. And where we are, the moment you can build anything entirely native on the web platform, and it will be comfortable that your app will work as expected. So you can decide if you're a company, you can decide to hire mobile engineers and you'll build whatever you want to build. Or if you decide to hire web engineers, you'll also be able to build whatever you want. So making this technology limitless, and the web is actually doing really nice. But then there's an interesting aspect to it. I'm also like data. I don't like rumors, yeah? It's not good. So like 93% of people actually access the internet via mobile phones. That's true. Yes? So if I wanted to go to Twitter now, 100% of you would use their mobile phones. But to be fair, 93% of the people actually access the internet via mobile phones. And their first entry to the internet is a mobile browser, right? So that means maybe they are visiting an e-commerce website, they are visiting even the Google landing page, the homepage, it's actually a website, right? So what that means is that the web has the largest share of users that access the internet through it. And that means that if you can be able to build an interesting web application or whatever that relies on the web as a platform, then you're going to reach a lot of people. And that's why these guys need to come together and also try to make sure that, like 3 years ago, push notifications were not capable on the web, installing them, working them, having them work offline was not possible, sharing stuff to websites or from websites, it was not really very much possible. But on the native, we could use WhatsApp offline, read your message when you're connected, your messages come in, you can still access the previous messages. Websites could not do that, yeah? But for the last 2 years, there's been a deliberate action towards building these capabilities into the web platform that would allow you to build such features. So it's really interesting. And what that then turns out is, if you started using internet like 5, 6 years ago, you would visit some websites and you would see a red mark at the top, right? When was the last time you saw that? Many years ago, right? Yeah, it's because of these features, because the reason why some of those features then were not possible or were not available on the web platform was because of the security aspect of it and stuff. But then when these guys came together, they had to build a standard across so that if your website is not supported over HTTPS, then no one can access it over. The browsers automatically block it, right? So that provided a stepping stone towards building a more fast, secure, and more open web. But then this year, there's been an interesting move around some of the amazing things you can do on the web platform, and especially at Google I/O. For those who don't know, it's an annual event I've been working on for the is where it all begins, especially when you're working with web application and stuff. And one of the creative things they've been able to build is using passkeys for passwordless logins. Yeah. So almost 90% of web applications, they have a login with email and stuff, right? And you'll see many companies, even startups, have been built like Auth, or some startups have come up to kind of build a way to easily log in into application and stuff. So it's been a booming business. So what that means is that authentication is a big thing, right? And people are trying to find ways to securely authenticate people and also make the process seamless as possible, right? So if you use iPhones, for example, or iOS as a platform, so if I have my watch and I have my phone and my laptop, I can interchangeably use them. Once I'm logged into one device, that's it, all right? So if I logged into a particular app and I switch, I can automatically just effortlessly continue the experience. If I was listening to music, I would automatically continue doing that. So that, with the web becoming more capable and being able to kind of build into these amazing features and powerful capabilities, authentication is one big thing. And Passkey provides us a way to effortlessly log in into websites without needing a password or even social authentication. So you log in with Google sign-in and then you stay for 10 days, you come back, you need to also log in again. Google sends you a notification to whatever, approve and all that. But now with passkeys, it's very easy. I can use my, so long as, let's say I have, let's say Twitter Lite, the website, I logged in, I registered a passkey for it, and I lock my phone or switch it off. So when I turn on my phone and try to access Twitter Lite, it doesn't ask me to authenticate, because as soon as I unlock my phone, I should be able to access Twitter Lite without needing to log in with Google or whatever. So that is basically the concept around it. So to make authentication as seamless as possible. So you're using your device as a key to your whatever application you register within your application. or within your phone. Yeah. So basically, that is what passkeys are, and there's no more worrying about forgetting passwords and resetting, because you all know how you create your passwords. When you were born, when you broke up with your ex-girlfriend, when you cheated, when you first had your first child, so people can actually randomly guess passwords best if they know you really well, right? But then with passkey, it provides a stepping stone to even make it even more secure and more personalized in a better, amazing way. So basically, using your devices as your passwords to your application. That's basically what it is. And it's been amazing, and it's highly supported on Google Chrome and Microsoft Edge, Mozilla, and the others are trying to catch up, but definitely in the next 1 year should be a standard all across. So we can check through that website and or just Google, you'll see. You'll find interesting things about it. And then, I was talking about device switch is seamless. Once the passkey is created and registered, the user can seamlessly switch to a new device and continue using it. How cool is that? So today, for example, if I logged into Twitter on my mobile phone and I had not logged on into it on my laptop, I'll have to log in again, right? If I don't know the password or I forgot to reset it, blah, blah, blah. So sometimes you can log into Twitter and you forgot the password, but you're already logged in. Yeah, and you don't want to reset and all that. So it's tedious. But once I'm authenticated with the device, one of my devices, and tied to my application, so if I switch my devices, if I was browsing on Twitter, I continue with the experience. So how cool is that? It's amazing. It's one of an exciting kind of feature that is moving forward. And if you're a web engineer or a software developer, wherever you're working, even mobile, whatever engineer you are, so doing such cool stuff that are coming next is very important at work. You can get promotion easily because people think you're smart. Yeah, so it's very important to know, understand these things, yeah? Play around with it. Most of you maybe work at places where systems are already working the way they're working, but it doesn't stop you from trying these things on the side, yeah? It's very important. Yeah, so biometric authentication, we talked about fingerprint, even your facial recognition and all that. Unlock your phone, and that's it. You are in. Yeah, and passwords are also synced so that you need to sync the key across all your devices, and that's it. You log in with, if you connected to whatever device, even if you have 10 devices, once you sync the passwords, you don't need to sign in into any of those applications anymore. So that's really amazing. And then they're quite safer. So it's one passkey per device. So far, it's the most safest way to authenticate any individual on the internet. Yeah, so try that out. And then it's supported across major browsers. So that is Google Chrome, Safari, Microsoft Edge, Mozilla is catching up. But this one, so sometimes someone might ask me, okay, do I need to try it now? Yes, of course. You can start trying it out you can always check if this browser does not support this particular API or whatever. You default back to your password, whatever, email, password, logins, and stuff, right? So you need to be creative and slowly kind of improve your systems, improve your features and stuff. So it's safe now to pick it up and get going. Yeah, it's something you can start having or mention, or you wait during the stand-ups, everyone talks their shit out, and then you become the last person to speak and say, by the way, guys, there is this thing, passkey, that we should try it out. Yes, so it's very good. Yeah, and then the last thing is performance, of course. For you to build most of these capabilities, it means then you need to write a lot of JavaScript. And JavaScript is the most expensive asset on any web application, right? So every time you're building these features, you're impacting the performance of your application. But then you need to try and find ways to balance it off so that there is the minimum set standard or performance level that you need to make sure that you're actually not going below. And Google as well and the other browser vendors have developed a way to kind of help you within your browser using the dev tools to know what to improve on your web application. So, and that takes me to what we call Core Web Vitals. Who's ever heard of Core Web Vitals? One person. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Don't worry. So Core Web, okay, just a fancy name. So vitals are key things that keep anything working, right? Yeah, things that cannot do. So Core Web Vitals are basically things, the minimum variable things you need for a well-performant web application. So it's just a project, it's just a name, it's not, yeah, so there's some performance or measurements that have been derived to help you kind of be able to know if a web application needs improvement in a certain area. And you can do it within the browsers. So in this case, Google Chrome has a well-laid way within the DevTools to know what to improve. If you inspect your web application, went to Lighthouse, you'll see things to improve. It even now tells you which line of code needs fixing, especially when you're running on your local development. So it's gotten better, right? So this, as you add these new features, you're writing more JavaScript. As you write more JavaScript, your app performance becomes very expensive to maintain, but then you need the features. Yeah. So one of them is largest content paint. So it's basically measuring how fast something can be rendered onto your screen. If you've used government portals or school, mostly government portals, yeah? Yes, it takes 10 seconds to see something. So everything is always, so that is what largest content paint means, and includes images and whatever. So a standard, so a normal website or web application will not take more than 2.5 seconds, right? Yes, and the browser, let's say Google Chrome, can tell you what is causing that, if anything is happening. And in your stand-ups, you can look very smart when you use these tools, right? Guys, I don't like how this about page is behaving, but I have a solution. So I'm gonna create a ticket and work on it. And then this guy thinks like you're very smart and you're well learned, but it's just, so on the side, so an interest, being good at software engineering is very easy. You don't need to know shit. Sorry for using that. You just need to know where to find your resources or things. That's it. If I wanted to do an AI model, for example, all you need to know is where to get. If I wanted to use Firebase, for example, all I need to know is where to get the documentation. Everything is there. Yeah. So if Firebase wants you to use their product, for example, they have to provide documentation, right? Yes. So you don't need to know shit. You just need to know where to find it. So it's very easy. So in this case, you don't need to care about what large contest, whatever it is. Just know about it. And then when you're looking at any website and you want to find things that will entice your engineering manager and whatever, and challenge your colleagues, such things. This is what software engineers do, right? So you look at it, and then you come up. You don't even need to worry where to find the problem, where to fix. DevTools shows you where to do that, and you pick it up, create a ticket. You don't need to wait for them to create tickets for you. You can create a ticket for you, and then you pick it up, quickly work on it. Most of these things fixes usually take less than 10 minutes. You fix it, the app works magically, and the next time you're asking for a pay raise, it's easy. You see? Yeah, so I'm just giving you tips anyway. Yeah, so I have a small team. So that is what I use to decide whether someone deserves a raise or not. So I'm just giving you tips, right? So, and then we have fast input delay. So government websites, even university portals. So, okay, the website has loaded, but when you try to type in your admission number, it's not working, it's flickering and stuff, yeah? So how fast someone can input into your inputs, whatever, yes, so weird English. How fast they can do that is what we call fast input delay. So the minimum acceptable time should be 100 milliseconds. So if you open your DevTools and look at the tab, you'll see, you can just Google how to use Google Chrome DevTools. Go and start learning about it. It's very easy. You'll see what to improve, this JavaScript file, this image, this function, it's looping, this is what is happening. You just go straight to it, and you solve it, and you look very intelligent. And then we have cumulative layout shift as well. Measures, I was talking about flickering, or sometimes images load, they unload, things weird, loaders, the website you're trying to import, it flickers and everything. So how steady that UI is what we call cumulative layout shift. And the ratio should be 0.1. So that means, okay, I'm done. I'm actually done. So how steady that UI or stable is, or the visual appearance, is what cumulative layout shift is. And you can always measure that and also get that going out of the box within your Chrome DevTools. So that's it. Yeah. Do I need to take any questions?
Yes, please.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, you can. We're only going to take 2 questions per speaker.
Yes.
Since we are running
out of time. Okay, makes sense.
Okay,
So I took down notes. Do you know Can you please stand up so that you project?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I've always had this problem where I apply for jobs and then I forget my email, or my phone gets lost, and then I can't get into my email. So what is being done to improve that? Because the password and something is missing.
Is it an Android phone or an iPhone?
It's just the stress.
And then another thing with passkey authentication, you can actually log out any device at any particular moment. If anyone tried to log into your account, a new device, whatever device you are active on will show you which other new device is trying to access. So you can always allow it or block. So it's also quite safe. So it depends with which service you're using. If it's Google, you can set 2-factor authentication, and based on that, you can be able to also, when you're setting up your account, decide how to reset it and everything. So it's very important you do that. Yeah.
So, one more thing, I imagine that the more technology improves, the more criminals.
Of course, they get more creative as well.
So, what are the security threats that
so it starts with you. So in this case, for example, if I'm going to use my fingerprint to authenticate into a web application, I want to make sure that my phone is accessed or accessible to people that I trust in a way. So most of this, everything is safe. It's fairly, right? But it depends with you. It starts with the user. So you need to make sure that you also taking care of how people can actually access apps or whatever service that has any type of information or data about you. Yeah. So it starts with you, generally.
Last question. The guy. Yes.
We only have 1 minute for that question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi guys.
Yeah.
So my question is based on the passkeys, right? I want to know what's the significance between the technologies used behind passkeys and open auth. Because I only use it right now, we're using open authentication. What's the significance of using passkeys rather than open auth?
Okay. The most important thing is the device switch. So when I authenticate on one device, I can switch to any other device that is connected to that particular or tied as a passkey authenticator to that particular website. And then another thing is it's anti-phishing. So it's one device at a time. That key is tied to a group of, it could be tied to a group of devices that I register my application with, and no one else can access. There's also that. Then another thing is, what is it? Was that first thing? Sorry. What was it? Biometric authentication, right? So you can decide to use both. You need both a fingerprint and a facial expression, and even add need for a password. So you can combine on top of it any other authentication types you want for the passkey authenticator to work as well. So it's that flexible, yes.
All right.
That's
Thank
it.
you very much. Let's give Maya a round of applause again.
Thank you.
Guys, I hope you are listening, right? Because I'm not sure if I mentioned it when I first started. There are prizes up for grabs. So if you are listening, passkeys and all of those things, we don't know which question is going to come, but just know that there will be prizes to be won. And it all depends on whether you were listening or not. And to our speakers, please make sure that you send your slides to our tech team, and so that we don't waste time, right? Make sure that everything is okay. And our second speaker, wow, I've been stalking this lady a lot, right? I've been stalking her because she is such a dynamite and she has achieved a lot in her life. And I'm talking mostly to us women in tech because I know that it's still a male-dominated industry. So let's learn from our next speaker. So let me tell you guys just a little bit about our next speaker. Do you know what she said? She is immersed in the dynamic world of Android development. Jessica Randall is an aspiring Kotlin developer on a mission. She not only navigates through the intricacies of Jetpack Compose with ease, but she also flourishes in the teamwork-centric environment of Android Studio. In her academic pursuits as a master's student, emphasis on master's, guys. Master's student in mathematics, Jessica utilizes data science to tackle intricate societal issues. She demonstrates a particular interest in topological data analysis, a method that deciphers hidden patterns within VAST. And she's not only that, right? She has held so many various leadership roles, one being a Google Women Tech Maker Ambassador, a GDSC Alumni Lead, a Microsoft Student LAN Ambassador Alumni Lead, and the Girl Code Ambassador. Guys, if I were to read her entire bio, we would, listen, we're not going to have lunch, and I think I'm also hungry. So, again, do you remember our last rule, right? You are allowed to clap. Now, with that being said, let's welcome Jessica Randall! Yes! Yeah! All right, seems like they're still fixing Jessica. Do you want me to read your bio again? Okay, almost there. All right, while we wait, please tell me what you have learned from our past speaker.
The past speaker.
Yes, Maye.
He told us about pass keys. Oh. And also, you don't have to know shit.
And can Rosario Fernandez make sure your slides and everything are good?
Testing. 1, 2. Okay, can you guys hear me? Okay. Thank you for the very wonderful introduction. I have held a lot of positions and stuff, but that's like half of them, I think. Okay, cool. Hello. Can you guys hear me? Okay, I'm loud enough. Sorry, I'm very soft-spoken. So, good afternoon. Is it morning, afternoon? Still morning. Good morning, everyone. My title for my talk is Lego-inspired flow layouts in Jetpack Compose. So I'm an Android Kotlin developer, so I was exploring flow layouts in Jetpack Compose. Okay, wait, did this? Okay. So what are flow layouts? So basically flow layouts are similar to normal layouts. So you have box, column, and row, but it's like column and row, but what happens is like the text is wrapped into the next row or the next column. That's basically what they are. So they're similar, as I mentioned, but the key features is that they flow into the next row or they flow into the next column. And it's really nice because it makes the UI quite responsive and you don't have to manually wrap them. So before you had to manually wrap them, so you'd have to wrap all the items that don't fit into the row. And you'd only see that when you run the application, right? So you'd run it and you'd see this item doesn't fit, and then you'd have to write another line of code and then wrap it to the next line or the next column. So I'm just going to do like an about. So this is just the more technical terms of describing it. So basically, flow row arranges all the items horizontally, and then it will wrap items to the next line if it exceeds the width of the row. And then flow column arranges everything vertically, and it will wrap it to the next column if it exceeds the height of the column. So I have some examples of flow row and flow column. So on your left is the example of flow row. So this is the example of flow row. So you can see that t-shirt number 13 wouldn't fit into the first row. So it's automatically wrapped into the second row. I just use random data. I'm not a fan of football, people, but I have lots of friends that love football. And I decided to use football as data just to make it interesting. And then I like to use my friends in presentations. So these are all my friends' names that I just use it as a data set. And this is an example of flow column. And then you can see Awal, Nedi, and Sadiq, which are the names of my friends, don't fit the first column, so they're automatically wrapped into the second column. So I'm just going to go through the basic syntax. Kotlin is quite intuitive and logical, so it's really simple. I like to think of it as the replacement of Java, just because I prefer Kotlin, but it's really simple and nice and easy to read. Is it possible to turn down the lights so that they can see the code? It's a bit bright. Okay. I'm sorry that it's not but it's a bit clearer now, right? So the thing about flow layouts is that it's still experimental, so you have to use the opt-in experimental layout API class. So I started with that, and then in Jetpack Compose you use composable. So I created a composable, and I created a private function, and I called it flow row example, as you can see here. And then I wanted all the items to be remembered when you click on it. Or I wanted it to remember the state when you click on the chip. So I used text chip one state remember, and then I used flow row. I just dressed it up a bit. So I used the modifier .padding, so it just adds padding around each item within the row. And I used 8dp, and then I created chip items. So because there's not a lot of data, I just hard-coded it and instantiated each chip item. And then I also wanted it to remember the states. I used text chip remember one state. And then the flow column is similar. The syntax is basically the same. There was a lot of names, so I didn't hard code all of it. So I just used a for each statement. And then I said each name will go, it like goes to the chip item name, and then text chip remember one state. It just makes it simpler and it's more compact. And developers don't like to write code, so simple. So for my flow column, I decided to add functionality to it because I wanted it to be fun. So basically all I did was I wanted it to change color when you click on it. So I created a variable called is selected so that it recognizes when you select on the filter chip. I gave it a background color, and then I also gave it a content color. And then within the filter chip, I also gave it some nice stuff like modifiers of 8 dp, and then I gave it a background color. And then I also said like selected equals is selected, and then when you click on it, if it is selected, it will be this, and if not, it will be that. So I just changed the color. So it's white if you don't click on it, but when you click on it, the background color will change blue, and then the text changes dark blue. Otherwise, it's black. So that's basically what I added to my column. Oh, what happened to... Oh, okay. How do you play on this? Oh, help. Okay, I don't know how to play my video from here. Do you just... Oh, okay. There, it's playing. Figured it out. Okay, so you can see, like, whenever I click on a name, the background color changes and the text changes to dark blue. So I'm just going to go through some of the benefits and applications of Flow layout. So it manages the dynamic content easily, and it offers adaptable layouts for responsive designs. So if you think of booking.com and you pick all the different filter chips, it's quite nice for responsive design. So that's an example of a responsive design. And it fits all screens and orientations and sizes very smoothly. And basically, it's like showcasing lists of text like images or product catalogs. It can be used there. That's some of the uses. And you can design a flexible user interface. Everyone wants a flexible user interface, right? Because the user wants to feel like they are valued. And you can also create dynamic content arrangements with Flow layouts. So I'm just going to go through some Flow parameters. So you have different, what you call axis arrangements. So you have the cross-axis arrangement, and you also have the main axis arrangement. So the cross-axis arrangement means that the flow row and flow column are perpendicular to the main axis arrangement. So it just means, like, usually we think row is horizontal, right, and column is vertical. But now you'll do vertical arrangements in flow row, and you'll do horizontal arrangements in flow column. So it's just the opposite. And then for the main axis arrangement, it's exactly what it says it is. So basically, the flow row and the flow column are set on the main axis, and the directions are horizontal and vertical. And then flow row will have horizontal arrangement, and flow column will have vertical arrangement. And there's different options for the arrangement as well. So for horizontal arrangement in flow row, so it controls all the spacing in flow row, all the alignments in flow row and spacing. And you can also customize the arrangement by using spaced by. So you can say, I want it to be 8 dp apart. And then these are the different options. So arrangement.start just means that everything is arranged to the start of the row. Space between means that there's space between all of the row children, except of the edges. Center means you center them. End means that they're all centered or aligned to the end of the row. And then space around means you have space around each item and at edges, and then you can customize it as well. Oh, and then I also created like a mini demo that just shows all the different arrangements of what it looks like. So you can see all the items are aligned to the start, space between, but none at the edges. Centers everything. That's the example of that. And then arrangement to the end, so everything to the end. And then you have space around before and after. And then customized version of it. So now we're going to look at vertical arrangement in flow row. It's similar to the horizontal arrangement in flow. I mean, we're going to look at vertical arrangement in flow column, and it's similar to horizontal arrangement in flow row. So basically, it's similar in the sense it will control all the spacing in the vertical main axis, and it will affect all the alignment and spacing in the column vertically. So instead of start and end, you'll have top and bottom. So top will align all the items to the bottom. Top will align all the items to the top, and bottom will align all the items to the bottom. And all the other features that I've mentioned before also apply to flow column, but within the vertical sense. And then, oh, didn't want to play. Yeah.
Please project your voice.
Try. Okay, my video doesn't seem to want to play. Okay, so my video doesn't want to play at the moment, but basically I just took my flow column and did all the different arrangements, and it shows all the different arrangements. So it only really applies to the second column. So the first column is full, so the arrangements don't really have any effects on it. So you'll see the effects of a column that is not full. That makes sense. So like in this example, when I did arrangement dot top, a while Nadine Sadiq moved to the top. If I did bottom, moves to the bottom. If I did center, moves to the center. If I say equal space in between, all of them are equally spaced. And then if I did a customized version of it, some of them wouldn't fit into this row, and then they'll be automatically wrapped into the second column. Sorry guys, technical difficulties. So you can also specify how many items you want in your column or row. I mean, you can specify the maximum items that you want in column or row. So usually what happens is you can use the default, which is int max int. So you can fit as many items as possible in the row till it has to wrap everything into the next line or next column. And the example we're going to use is we're going to set our max int items for row to be 3. Oh, and this is what it looks like. So in this example, I set the max items in each row to be 3. So you can see it doesn't matter the size of each individual item, only 3 is in each row. So that's kind of a very nice quality to have. Okay, I'm just going to quickly go through item weight. I have 10 seconds, but let's see if I can do this. 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. So basically, item weight allows items to go based on the available line space. So for this example, I created a grid-like structure, but basically what it implies is if you have like 10 items, right? So you have 3 by 3, so you have a grid, and you add a 10 item. Instead of it just being like the first block, it will take up the entire entire row at the bottom. So it'll be like a 3 and then take up the entire weight of the bottom of the grid. And I decided to use a grid. I did a flow grid using flow row and flow column. I'm just going to briefly say what this is. So basically, I just wanted my grid to be red. So I just created a custom color scheme and I made it red. And then for this part, I just decided how I wanted each item to be. I wanted it to be round clipped and a certain height and a certain space between, and I wanted it to be red. And then I just created a flow grid. And then how I created it was like math in terms of like you do a column, then you do repeat rows, and then you do the row, and then you repeat columns. Okay, this is just like how I was briefly describing that. So I would first draw the row and then, draw the column, then repeat all the rows in the column, and then draw the row and then repeat all the columns in the row. So then you get a 3x3 grid. And then I added a modifier weight for my grid. And this is what it looks like from my phone. You can see they all are round clipped and they all are red and they all have a space between them and they all have a height of 80 dp. And I used Android's documentation. So if you just type in flow layouts, you'll find the documentation there. When I last checked it hasn't been updated. So yeah, I'm hoping that they make it permanent so that we can use it in actual production because it's quite a nice feature. But yeah, if you want to play around with flow layouts, Android documentation is your friend. And thank you for listening to my presentation.
Thank you very much, Jessica. In the interest of time, we are not going to take questions now, right? I'm sorry. We are going to take questions after. And our next speaker, I told you guys I'm hungry, right? So we are almost there. And to those who just joined us, we are going to have spot prizes. So make sure that you listen to all our speakers and give them all the necessary attention. So now our next speaker, he's got such a lovely name, Rosario Fernandez. All right. So Rosario Fernandez is a developer relations engineer on the Firebase team, mainly focused on helping developers integrate Firebase into their Android app development workflows. Rosario has been using Firebase since 2016 and has also contributed lots of improvements to its code base. In his free time, he enjoys playing video games, reading comic books, and watching movies. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's give Rosario a round of applause. Okay. Let's try it again. I can see that some of the people that just joined us, they don't know the rules in here. Guys, you are allowed to clap. So please, let's clap for our next speaker. Thank you.
Well, hi everyone. Well, I think I've already been introduced. My name is Rosario, DevRel engineer working at Firebase. And today I'm here to talk about some auth best practices. One of our speakers from this room already mentioned auth. So are you already familiar with the term auth? Like, does everyone know what auth is? What is it? Sorry? Authentication? I think I heard someone say authorization. Yeah? Yeah? No, I did that on purpose. And that's because auth can mean one of those two things, right? Or maybe both. So there's authentication, there is authorization. Can anyone tell me the difference between the two? Yes.
Okay, I believe that the authentication is making sure that the person who's accessing whatever it is they need to access is the right one. And authorization is making sure that the person who's accessing whatever it is they need to access is authorized in terms of maybe their departments or where they are.
All right, that was pretty close. That was pretty close. Yeah, you can clap for him. I think just the order was a bit messed up. So authentication means to know who your user is, and authorization means exactly what he was saying, knowing what can the user do. So authorization is pretty important, and on Firebase, we do provide a couple of tools that can help you implement that. Those are we call them Firebase security rules. They're available for our databases, for our storage services. But today I'm not here to talk about authorization. We're just gonna focus on the first one, which is authentication. All right. By show of hands, who here likes to log in to apps on their phone? Do you like to log into your apps? Is that a pleasant experience logging in every time? Why do you like to log in?
I believe that it's more safe, secure, because to achieve best security, you have to sacrifice convenience.
All right.
If you like to log in, it means you're safe, because most people, they use password managers, but you don't really know what that third-party application does to your data.
All right.
Knowing my things.
Interesting. So it seems like the majority doesn't like to log in. Some people like to log in because it's safer. But I'm more on the side of the people who don't like to log in. I mean, I have like 20 apps on my phone. Most of you probably have like 20 apps on your phone, and like logging in every time, remembering all the passwords can be a complete struggle. But it is important, right? You need to authenticate. There are a couple of reasons why you would need to do that. I mean, you want to make sure that the user that is accessing data in your app actually has the right to access that data. You may sometimes want to restrict the number of users. You don't want to have like random people just going around and creating accounts and using your app when you're not really ready to scale. Or in probably the most common scenario, you want to have like an admin panel where only certain types of people can have access to that. I mean, they're like administrators, moderators, or they have some kind of special role in your app or in your system. So we already know it's important, and we do need a system. We do need to implement a system to do that. And the options that you might have, the most obvious one is probably implementing your own authentication system. That's something that we usually learn in school or in college when we're getting started. It's usually like, let's create a login screen, let's create a sign up screen, and make sure that we can get some users into our app or into our website. But I cannot recommend that. I mean, it's a lot of flows. It can get very complicated. And why would you do that when there's already some companies like Google or others that are already doing that stuff? They already have some. I learned a new word today during the keynote when John said battle tested. So there are already some battle tested solutions that can implement authentication for you. So one of them is actually Firebase authentication. And today we're going to look at some of the options that Firebase authentication provides for your authentication needs. Here's a bad example of some apps that use authentication right at the start. So before your user comes to your app, the first screen that they see is a login screen. That's a bad practice. The best case is to like give them access to your app first, let them like explore around and see what your app provides before asking them to log in. I mean, it's a common thing among us humans, right? I mean, when you enter a shop, you don't just go straight buying stuff. You just first you look around, you look what they have to sell, and then when you're actually interested in something, that's when you go and talk to someone and pay and everything else. So what can you do? How can you fix this? You've probably already heard about the concept of guest accounts. I feel like those are pretty common in like e-commerce apps, where when you get started, you're just exploring the website, you're just looking at the products, and then when you finally are ready to actually buy something, that's when you're asked to like create an account or log in, and that's when you start. So in the Firebase world, we call that anonymous authentication. And basically what it does is it gives the user an ID right when they open your website or when they open your app. They're not providing any information about themselves. They're not providing any email or a username or anything. They're just getting an ID that is kept for them to just like explore. And then once they're ready to sign in, we can just like reuse that ID to know what kinds of data was matched to this specific user who was anonymous. So let's take a look at the code that does this on the web. It's a bit simple. You simply import sign in anonymously from our Firebase SDK, and then calling that, you just need to pass the authentication and nothing else. You're basically just calling one method, and that should sign in the user when they start. And then you can use this callback called onNotStateChanged, which is basically going to notify your app whenever a user has already signed in. And then from there, now that you know that there's a user signed in, you can just grab that ID, and then you can use that ID to match with the data that this user is interacting with in your app. But one interesting thing about anonymous user is that this ID that he gets is only stored on that device, which means if the user switches to a different device, then they're probably not going to be able to log in. And that's the time when you should be able to convince them to create an account so that they can see the same data on another device. And in order to do that, we use what's called linking with credentials. And the code is just here. The method is also like pre-explanatory, link with credential to link the user in, which means you're getting the user who was unidentified and making sure that he can log in with a certain credential and then keep his data the same way that it was, nothing changed. But let's find out more about this credential. What exactly is the credential? Well, we have a couple of options. First, let's think about email and password. So it's pretty common. I feel like most apps nowadays provide this as an option. You have your email, your password, and then it's easy to log in. It's a very old system. I mean, it's been here for a while. Do you think it's secure because it's been here for a while? Yes? No? No? You're probably right. We'll talk about that in a bit. Let's see how it's done. In the Firebase world, we have a method called create user with email and password. We're basically passing the email and the password. And then what we get in return on the callback is that credential. And that's the credential that you might remember from the previous slide where we were talking about linking with a credential. So user finishes signing in. They're no longer anonymous. We can just link their accounts so they get to keep all of the data. Now, that's what we call single factor authentication, right? Because there's only one factor going in, and that's the password. And I asked you recently if it was secure, and oftentimes they are not really secure. I mean, it's just one phrase, and like on my session, he was saying that that's easy to guess, right? And also, sometimes we just reuse the same password from multiple apps. I mean, I do it myself. you guys probably do it too. And then you have more flows to implement. I mean, you have to allow your users to be able to recover their password. You might have to allow their user to reset that password. So there's a lot of more complexity to do on your side as well to make sure that they are secure. So that's why we provide email link authentication. Let me show you how that works. So first, you would go to the Firebase console and enable the sign-in provider. But then to write the code, you just call send sign-in link to email, and you're just passing in the email and some action code settings. Those are just basic options that you can use to configure your implementation. I'm not going to go into detail into that. But basically what it does is it sends a link to the email of this user, and then they can just click on the link to finish signing in, which means they're not using any password. So optionally, you can even save that email locally. In this case, we're using local storage. And that's because you're going to need this email again when they click on the link, because now you want to make sure that the person who clicked on the link is the same one that has started the process in the first place. So I tried to keep the code simple here, but there might be some other cases that you might need to implement. For example, if the emails don't match, it's probably because they started the process in a different device, and now they're clicking the link on a different device. It can get messy, but it's just a case of like adding one more condition, one more if, and you should be good to go. And then we have what we call federated identity providers. It's a strange name to say, but you might already be familiar with some of those. There are providers like Google Sign-In with Apple, Microsoft, GitHub, Twitter, and all of those. And you might be asking yourself, like, which one do I use? My personal recommendation is use the one that makes sense for your platform. So if you're developing an app for Android, you probably want to use Google Sign-In, because the Android users are probably already using that. If you're building an app for iOS, for example, implement Apple Sign-In, because the users are probably already familiar with that. They probably already have an account logged in. But if you're building like a cross-platform app, like using Flutter, for example, then if you're deploying for Android and iOS, my recommendation is use them both, because you don't want users who are already on like an Android phone and then they want to use the same app on an iPad to get like locked out, right? Because different authentication systems. So if you're building for cross-platform, put them both on, like Google Sign-In, Apple Sign-In, and it should provide your users with a good experience. So this is an example of Google Sign-In. This example uses what we call a redirect. And this is the preferred way on mobile apps. It's just like you finish the sign-in, you get redirected to the next page. It works fine. But for the web, some browsers may sometimes block some third-party cookies, so this might not work as well. And that's why we provide the second option, which is sign in with a pop-up. And as the name suggests, a pop-up is going to come out when the user is trying to sign in. They complete the sign-in, and then the pop-up goes away, and you can like just refresh your app to reveal the new state with the user authenticated. Oh, there's one more thing I should mention. So in this example, we're using Apple Sign-In. And Apple has a very particular case, because the App Store doesn't let you publish an app that has only one federated provider. If you're using a different federated provider, you need to also provide sign-in with Apple. I know it's a restriction, but even if it was, I feel like it would still be a good practice to follow along, because, I mean, Apple users probably already familiar with how the process works, so it would be nice to provide Apple Sign-In as well. So let's talk about multi-factor authentication. And this is a feature that at Firebase we offer as part of an upgrade. We call it the Firebase Auth with Identity upgrade. And that upgrade gives you more options of like adding a second factor to authenticate your users. So what factors can we add? One of them is SMS authentication, and you're probably already familiar with that. I mean, there are many apps that use this nowadays. But there are things to consider on whether you want to implement this or not. So first, don't forget that you might implement a flow for changing the phone number. I mean, it's a bit rare, but sometimes it happens when someone just switches their number and they want to make sure that they can still authenticate in your app. So you might want to account for that. Second, they might be traveling. If they're traveling, they probably cannot get the SMS. So you don't want your users to be logged out. You want to provide options for them. Third, they might use the same app on different phones. So the SMS might land on one phone, but then they're using the app on a different phone, and now they can't log in. It can get complicated. Yes?
Yeah, while you're on that topic, I wanted to know, does Firebase allow for passkey?
Good question. I'll touch on that in a few slides later. All right. And then the last one, it might be that the device doesn't have a phone number at all, like a tablet, or maybe they're using on desktop. I know some operating systems nowadays support Android apps as well. So a second way, or another second factor that you could use is what we call time-based one-time password. And the way it works is you have an app, like, for example, Google Authenticator. So this is the Google Authenticator app, and it gives you a 6-digit code that refreshes every few seconds. So you can just like input that code in your app as a second factor. So you're not getting the SMS. Instead, you're relying on a third-party app to do that. So this is the code for enrolling with a second factor. So in here, we're already signing in with email and password. And then if sign-in is successful, then that means they never added a second factor. But if it fails, it means with this specific error code, that means they have already added a second factor. So we should account for that. We should try to look up what that factor is. And the way we do that is through this code. I know it's a bit long, but in short, what it does is just check what the factor was, and then try to get the OTP to be inputted by the user. And then once you have the OTP, you call assertion for sign-in, and that should check if the second authentication method actually passed. And if it did, you can call resolve sign-in, and the user is going to be signed in. So addressing the question from the gentleman on the back, at the moment, no, we do not support, Firebase does not support passkeys, but it's definitely under consideration because we get a lot of requests from developers for that. And we're definitely talking about that a lot. So maybe next time I present about this, I might bring passkeys. All right, one last thing, and this is not totally about authentication, but it's related to it. And there's this tool called Firebase App Check. And what App Check does is basically it gates all of the requests that are coming through to your app to verify that it's coming from a legit app. So what happens is every time someone is like making calls to your backend, you want to check if this is like an authentic app, because I mean anyone could just like get your credentials and then just like create a fake version of your app and start making requests. Or maybe they found out what your REST API is, and now they're like just calling the same endpoint all the time. And so with AppCheck, you can verify if those requests are coming exactly from my Android app. Yes, do you have a question?
So regarding AppCheck, would it generate errors when I'm using an app which I modified on my own using tools like AZK Insights?
Yeah, so if you have like a modified version of the same app, it's not gonna work because it runs a verification process to verify that like this is exactly what the developer published on the Play Store. So if you modify it, it's already like a false positive, and it's gonna fail for some requests. All right, that's all I had for today, so this content that you saw today is part of like a group of content that we have created from Firebase. So if you like it, if you found it useful, please scan this and you'll find a feedback form, and you can share what you liked about it. And if you would like to repeat this presentation at some other event, the slides are also public. I'll be happy to share with you. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosario. I'm sorry, guys, we're not going to take questions now. Apologies. We're going to take them at the end. And there's something that I forgot to mention. Please follow us on all our social media platforms. It's GDG Johannesburg, GDG Soweto, GDG Pretoria, and GDG Maseru. Please do that. And don't forget, again, I did mention that we are going to have spot prizes. And there's a one person that I've spotted. Yes, already you've won a spot prize. Thank you for the engagement. So just to tell you, we have just spot prizes. We have 4 times 250 take a lot vouchers, 1 500 take a lot voucher, and then the others you will hear about them after the break, after lunch. So already you have yourself a 250 take a lot voucher. So now we are almost at the end of the first session. We have our last speaker, and then after that, we're going to take questions and then do spot prizes. So our next speaker is Kenneth Kinyanjui. I haven't had to go to him just to make sure that I can pronounce his name properly. So Kenneth is a Google expert in cloud based in Nairobi, Kenya. He is currently a tech and product advisor at Exodus Mobility, a startup that aims to transform Africa's mobility and transportation sector with innovative and sustainable solutions. He is also a VC fellow, fancy, at Included VC, a fellowship program that connects and supports underrepresented talent in the venture capital industry. With over 7 years of experience as a software engineer, product manager, and entrepreneur, oh, you are quite busy, Kenneth. Kenneth is passionate about solving problems in emerging markets, especially in fintech, cloud, and infrastructure. He has co-founded and advised multiple startups such as WeCash App and Fidika Technologies that leverage technology to create value and impact for their customers and communities. I'm not done. He is also a mentor. He is a speaker and also facilitates workshops to empower and inspire the next generation of African tech leaders and innovators.
just want to get your thoughts.
It is decent, but security-wise, I think just having one password as like a way of authentication is like pretty weak, right? I mean, anyone can probably guess that password if the person is not like careful enough. So I think you definitely should explore like multi-factor authentication as a way to improve security.
Okay, and then the cost implications, like for example, two-factor authentication, like for example, might have cost implications. Do you think that's something for someone to worry about? Or
Test.
But then I can't remember if the time-based one password has cost, but you can definitely check on the base pricing page.
Okay, fine. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you guys. Let's give Kenneth a round of applause.
Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be here. I think this is my second time in this lovely city, second time this year in this country. I'm going to be speaking about something that was launched recently. I don't know where I should be. Should I be on the? It is like an echo. I'll try. Maybe I'm on the wrong place. Okay, this is comfortable. So I'm going to speak about Jumpstart Solutions and how you can get up and running. This was launched in Cloud Next this year, and the whole essence of and now is it good? Okay, so I'm going to talk about something is an echo somewhere. It's okay? Hey.
Can you try speaking?
1 2 1 2 1 2.
Yeah.
It's good?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to talk about Jumpstart Solutions, and this was launched in Cloud Next this year. And the whole essence of Jumpstart is, from the word, is to sort of scaffold. That's the word, like from a technical perspective you will use, but it's think of it this way. I want to get a solution out to my customers. I don't want to spend time configuring. I don't want to think about designing it. I just want to get up and running, do some tests. What is the journey of getting there? Google Cloud has grown since the time I became a GDE. I think this is 8 years ago. We only had App Engine. But when you go to Google Cloud or cloud.google.com, right now there's an array of tools. I think John Kimani presented that. And you can see the vast, but 8 years ago, it was just App Engine and Data Store. So because of this growth, whenever you're trying to get set up, Google Cloud can feel daunting because you might not know, okay, where should I start? Should I write? Using presentation or introduction, so I won't talk about this, but I'm actually a product manager who was previously a software engineer, and I did a lot of cloud, and right now I do a lot of product management, but I still do some technical design. Why does this talk matter? I was really thinking about why should I come and present this? And as a software engineer who's transitioned into product management, a lot of times I've seen that the 4 things I'm going to list have been the things that really, really matter for a business, a startup, or a company. And number 1 is speed to market. How do you get any solution that you're developing out to your customers as quickly as possible? So speed is a key thing that determines if you're gonna win or not, or if you're gonna acquire customers. The second thing is how do you eliminate waste in the process? For those familiar with Agile, waste is, wasting a lot of time or resources or effort in tasks that really don't actually drive the solution that you're going to ship. The third thing is simplicity. I think Rosario and a couple of sessions I've attended, you can see there's a kind of design towards like simplicity. Okay, I'm building authentication. It should be just simple. You should just call one API, put it out there. It's already been done. So it's all about simplicity. I want to come up with a solution. Let me put it together. And that's what this talk is going to be about. The last thing is best practice. It can really save you a lot of money. I think Rosario has just presented AppCheck, which if you don't want a DDoS attack on your application or anything, you want to already scan that, that is something that can save you. So best practice can save you when it matters. And so my talk is going to be in 3 sides. The first one is introduction. I'm just going to introduce briefly what Jumpstart is from a technical perspective, and then walk you through, hopefully a demo, and just the resource on how to start. So, introduction. So as I said, Google Cloud right now has about 150 products and thousands of documentation. It's a lot. And so where do you get started? And for any new person coming to the cloud, it can be really daunting, and we don't want you to feel that way. And so I'm gonna do a simple thing where when you're trying to develop a JavaScript application, what is the journey? Most people start by, let me Google, like, how do I begin? Like, how do I build up this thing, right? On Google Cloud, and you write that. But what if I could show you that you could go to the Google Cloud Architecture Center and do this search as well, and find something that can help you to jumpstart, that has best practice, get you up and running in a few minutes, and hopefully you're up and running. So I'm gonna hover my screen to, as you can see, this is the Cloud Center, and there's a bunch of solution guides that have already been provisioned. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go to this and we're gonna try and deploy. So I'm gonna set that up and I'm gonna start deploying. So we're gonna come back to this. Sorry. Okay, so let's go back to, so as you can see, it's trying to provision a couple of services. I hope the demo gods are with me and this doesn't fail. Let's go back to the talk. So what is happening right now, right? What I've done is I've gone and picked up a solution guide that's already been pre-configured. It's a dynamic web application in JavaScript. The source code has already been deployed, but I want you to pay attention to a couple of things. This side on this solution guide is able to give you an estimate of how much it costs to deploy the solution and how much it will cost you per month. One of the biggest things about cloud infrastructure, regardless if you're on Google Cloud, AWS, or Azure, has always been cost. So you don't know, okay, whatever I've spinned up, how much will it cost me? Am I gonna get slammed with a bill that I don't even understand? And so Solution Guide is able to give you a cost estimate of the solution, give you the deployment time, but also give you the resources that it's gonna use. So in this case, you can see we have Cloud Run, Firestore, load balancing. So let's go down and look at best practice and how is this solution being deployed. So you have a typical 3-tier architecture where you have the client, you have a CDN where you're going to handle your static images, you have a load balancer, we have a data store. So in this case, we're using Cloud Firestore. It's a serverless web app, so we're going to run it on Cloud Run. We need to have somewhere to manage our secrets, so secret manager. And again, we still need some storage. So that's what I did before. And, this is a part where it's checking all the services that's going to activate. If they're not enabled, Google Cloud will do that on your behalf. So you don't have to go and manually click. So that's what we were seeing. Let's see where we are at. It's still deploying. As we're going on. So I don't know where we are, but it's still deploying. I don't know how long we have, but it should be in the final stages. We'll come back to that. So in this part, it's provisioning resources and all that. But what is the magic happening in the background? You may ask yourself. So it's not really complex, by the way. They're using Terraform, which is infrastructure as code. How many know what Terraform is? Wow. Okay. How many know the concept of code? Okay. Wow. How many know? I don't even know what to ask again. Let me backtrack so that, because I see there's not a lot of people. So infrastructure as code is a new paradigm of deploying your code or your solution on the cloud, where you don't have to manually go to on the cloud and then you select a resource, like a virtual machine and all that. Everything is managed code. So you actually write code. And Terraform is the kind of framework or language that you can use. Let me not call it a language, but it's a framework that you can use to actually provision resources on any cloud, meaning that the same Terraform code, you could take it and deploy it on Azure or AWS by just configuring and get the resources. So guys, just read a bit on Terraform and have a look at it if you haven't. But solution guys make sure that you don't even have to know what Terraform is. So that's the beauty about that. But it's not a lot of complicated stuff that's happening in the background. So I'll go to the next slide, which is more about resources. As I said, there are 3 key things happening here. The first one is JSS guides. So that's an architecture or a Terraform or a solution that's already provisioned. You can find it on that link. There's this blog post that really talks about Jumpstart Cloud. I think it was done by Roman, who used to be a Cloud GD and now works at Google. And then there's a YouTube also going deeper into this. Let's see where our solution is. Okay. So this is how our solution looks like. For those that have ever designed a 3-tier architecture, think it's currently deploying. For those that don't know what Terraform is, this is an example of Terraform and the code that Google is using. So you can see, like from here, you can move to GitHub, reference your code. So this is an example of Terraform code. Okay, so as we wait for the code to deploy, maybe I could take a few questions on Jumpstart, since it's sometime.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
I just want to ask, since the website is generated by the AI, the backend and stuff, do you have access to the code? The reason why I'm asking is for the analytics aspect. How are you going to collect the data to measure the interactions of customers on the website? Or does it collect, since it's Google, it's running on Google Cloud, does it collect itself like YouTube and all that stuff?
Sorry, you said if it's using AI?
Yeah.
There's no AI,
There's no-
actually, yeah. There's no AI. You could, basically what is there is, this is a pre-configured solution, right? Or an app that's been made. And then there's also a pre-configured infrastructure as code, which is written in Terraform, which is what I was trying to show on GitHub. So what's happening is now Google is initializing that for you, and with a click of a button, like, you can get up and running. So it's not per se machine learning or AI, it's just a kind of automation. Yeah. And so I think your question was more on analytics and different. I think that's a different question, but this one is more about how do you get up and running without having to like go and write the whole Terraform code.
But do you have access to the code?
Yeah, it's here. It's what I was showing you. This is the code on Terraform. I think this is the app. So there's access to all of this. Yeah. Where are we? Any other question?
I'm not quite sure. I just on your answer to what he was asking initially about AI. So is there no option to actually use Duet AI in the Jumpstart solutions?
To use?
Duet AI.
Or Duet?
Yes.
No, not for now. So, okay. I think I understand your question. So there's a lot of confusion between the whole generative AI, generating code type of stuff. But then what Jumpstart solution is about is addressing an entirely different thing, which is how do you spin up a solution really quick, and then you can keep modifying the code. So you don't have to, it's more like automating an existing best practice architecture. So if I want to deploy a Python Django app, right? I will have to go and build my app. Then I'll have to spend time to figure out how I'm going to deploy it on the Google Cloud architecture. So rather than doing that, I could focus on my code, spin up a best practice instance, and then have that running, and I could just replace my code, right? So you can, it's more of a scaffolding or a cookie cutter kind of generator that allows you to have that rather than generate new code. Yeah.
So just as a follow-up, so with my cloud account, so Google is giving me access to like Duet AI. So what I'm trying to find out is that can I use Duet AI to help me better understand how to use Jumpstart solutions? Because initially, like it's a plug-in as basically a helper to each and every single product, well, to majority of the development products on cloud.
I wouldn't say that will be the case because, sorry.
So maybe can you explain again what Jumpstart solution is?
Okay, I'll explain that. So, Jumpstart, I'll just give us quick TLDR because I feel like maybe guys were lost. So what Jumpstart Solutions is addressing, right? Let me not even say what it is. So think of it this way. I have this app, for instance, that I've built on my local dev environment.
Yeah.
And I want to deploy it on Google Cloud. What is the journey of doing that? You'll have to go to cloud.google.com, go to Compute Engine, get the right virtual machine. Okay, then go to G-Cloud. If I need Kubernetes, go and get each and every part of Google Cloud that I'm going to use to deploy my code on production. Rather than, yes?
Sorry, sir, I just wanted to mention we still have 12 minutes.
Yeah.
So the questions, we will have some time for questions. But I think just to try and answer your question, if you don't mind, I'm tempted. He's referring to infrastructure on Google Cloud that's created basically using one click, whereas Duet AI, you would using a code editor. So you could take that code and then plug in Duet AI in your code editor.
Yeah. So just to remove the confusion, Jumpstart solution is the one thing that doesn't have the AI. A lot of the AI stuff. Yeah. So this is like, for instance, this is the app that we have deployed. I'll answer your question. Oh, you can't hear me? Oh my goodness. Sorry. I'll enunciate. Okay. What about now? Now? Sorry. Oh my God. Someone didn't tell me early enough. So basically, we were deploying this with one click of a button. And this is the app that was pre-configured. So we had two, so I'll just summarize. So we have two situations here. You have a pre-configured app. Oh, I don't know what happened. Yes? Okay. Oh. So this is the app we were trying to deploy. So if I try and sign in, put my name, the app tries to collect badges. Basically, so it's a simple web app, similar to what Maya will set up or build on JavaScript, and it's already pre-configured. So we have two things happening here. You have a pre-configured JavaScript web app, and you have a pre-configured infrastructure as code environment, right? Which has the following architecture. Let me show you. So this is the architecture that you have. This is the architecture that we are deploying. And this architecture is being configured using Terraform, right? And so all of that has been put. What Jumpstart Solutions is doing is Google has put, or they've like collected all this best practice. Okay, this app plus this solution, and then they're enabling you to do like a one click. So when you click that, in 8 to 9 minutes, you have this app running. And the beauty about that is that you can use this as your template to start, and then you can go and modify that code to fit, whatever purpose you want. You could decide to replace the existing like code base that was deployed, and with your own app. So this could be another app. You could decide to modify the infrastructure as code. Maybe you want a different architecture or slightly different. You could modify that. So what Google has done is give you best practice and also allow you to have something up in production quickly. Yeah. Questions on this side? Okay. Yeah.
I'm not sure if this question is relevant, but the whole time you're doing the presentation, the question is going through my mind is how device friendly is it? I don't know if I use the right word, but can you use this platform for an iOS app, or does it restrict you only for Android?
Well, that's an interesting question. So I think, how do I put this? Well, it depends. If you're doing Flutter, right, then you could still use Terraform to deploy your code. I don't know. But I'm not a mobile. I've not done mobile in a while, but from what I know is that if you're doing iOS, you could either have a native or a cross-platform app. If you have Android, you could have native or cross-platform. But for it to be installable and deployed on the Play Store, you do need to do like a certain type of build, and your app needs to meet some certain standards for it to be published. But if it's a web app, or what they will call a PWA, I don't know what the name is these days, but what used to be a progressive web app, it's just basically a web app which you're deploying on the cloud that meets a certain type of standards. So yes, you could use this, but if it's for iOS, it still needs to be published on the App Store and meet the criteria of that. And I think, if I'm not wrong, Firebase does have that capability. That's more of a Firebase functionality than a Jumpstart Cloud. I think it's a Firebase app builder, if I remember well. Yeah. Okay, 10 seconds. Thank you very much. I hope I did not confuse. I hope you guys saw something. I think everyone is just primed on AI. That's what I'm getting. That's the feedback I'm hearing. This was a different type of. It was more focused on cloud and something that's come up with from Cloud Next. Thank you very much.
What's up? Thank you, sir. So yeah, guys. Sorry. Yeah. Yes, please. So yeah, that's it for the first session before lunch. Thank you, sir.
So up next is, yeah, some exciting stuff. I'm just waiting for my co-host. But I think for now, maybe what we can just do is just do a 5-minute stretch. And then when we come back, we're gonna prize give our speakers, and then we're gonna start handing out prizes, but we'll elaborate more as to that. Yes, in the questions. Tell you what, let's take questions while some, stretch their legs. If you want to go to the bathroom, you have 5 minutes, but we can also take questions.
Hi everyone. My question is on flow layouts. I was hiding you. Hope you can hear me from there.
Yeah.
I'm actually struggling to understand what the benefits of flow layouts are compared to the current column and row. Because what was hiding is basically both columns and row. So I don't know if I can figure out just understand right, what's the benefits of changing from column and row to flow.
Okay. Okay, so basically what flow low and flow column do is just that it automatically wraps everything to the next line, which you can't really do with column and row. Well, you can, but I mean, you'll see it won't quite fit the screen and you have to manually wrap it. You have to use a wrap modifier for column and row to wrap it to the next column or row. So it's just a nice feature where you can wrap content easily without having to manually do it. I hope that answers the question.
Let me just,
Who's got next?
yeah, I just wanted to add, but it's fine. No, I just wanted to add to your question and also her, because I use, right? So yeah, you have rows and you have columns, but then you have other widgets like wrap, let's call them responsive widgets, right? And these responsive widgets allow you to change the display as you change the screen size. You know what I mean? So there's a whole host of responsive widgets which become like an extra benefit to your typical row or column. Yeah, I just wanted to add that.
Thank you. One, two. Thank you, Rosario. I have a question about the Firebase. I just want to know in the aspect of the user ID. For example, I know some of the app, you can access it without creating a user account and all the stuff. So how do Firebase store the data? Does it create a temporal user ID for that user who's not signed in yet? Or how does it work when it comes to differentiating between a user who signed in and a user who's just using their account for normal? So when it happens now, I register from the app, so it stored me on the other side, or it continues to use me as an anonymous authentication. Now, when I'm registering on the app, right? I've been anonymous. Now I'm registering as a user. So does it store my user ID on the other side, or it continues using? Okay. 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 Thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right. Please, if you also have a question for Jessica, please be prepared.
Hello. So I still have a question with the flow layouts and columns. So I just wanted like a practical example on why would I use a flow column or flow row than to just use a column that's scrollable and a row. I don't know. Yes.
Okay, so I will try my best to give the best example, but anything with like product catalogs or anything where you need information to seamlessly move into the next row or column without you having to manually do it is an example of using flow layouts. It just makes the design easier and it fits all sizes and orientations. And when a configuration happens, it will automatically redraw the screen and fit that size of that screen. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, last question. Oh, you want to answer? Okay, let's give other people a chance. In front. Who is it from?
Of course, guys, we will have a networking session, so you can definitely use various speakers if you manage to get.
Hi everyone. I just wanted to ask you, is it, yeah, okay. So yesterday I started using Firebase, right? And I'm trying to log in using my Google account. So when I logged in, I had to create a new project, and then it didn't give me access to authorize the new project that I created. I don't know why. I want. I know I don't. I don't.
Sure, you can try creating a new project. It probably was like a bug.
Okay. And my second question is it a good idea to have saved passwords? I don't know if it's related to pass keys or, but then, or is it a security risk? That's what.
I think that's a bit related to what he was saying when like he actually likes to log in because he doesn't really trust password managers.
When you want security, you should sacrifice convenience.
Oh yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. A huge round of applause to our speakers again. Okay. So before we, this is irritating.
My bad. So 30 seconds.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Samantha, and this is my first time attending the DevFest event. And I'm very new in programming. So, attending this event was an opportunity for me to find out more about what is there in tech and what are other people doing in tech, because it's quite broad. And since I've been here, I've been taking notes, and I found out that there's more careers than the ones that I already know, like your obvious ones, software development, and web development. Like it's kind of broad. So this was a very great opportunity for me, and I will definitely be attending the next one. Thank you.
All right, no problem. Hi guys, my name is Libuani. This is my first DevFest tech event, and the reason why I attended was because I want to find out what I want to specialize in development, and I realized this is mobile development. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Hervé. I'm an Android developer at ABSA. This is not my first event, probably the first DevFest, but I'm part of GDG Pretoria. So yeah, I've been hunting down top devs like her. This Pamela Hills and was that one, Rigoro, right? Rebecca Franks, and yeah, so this is a great experience for me. Get to meet people like Alex over there that I met next time. It's good to always meet up and get to know what other people do, share experiences, and yeah, it helps mostly juniors grow, and more experienced people get even more experience. So I'll definitely keep attending. Thank you.
Sorry, guys. Sorry. I'm Tlantla. This is my second event. The first one was in Google, at Google. So I remember before being in the tech space or starting to learn, I always used to look at websites, apps, and always used to wonder how do they do this? And since going to those dev feds, it sort of opened my mind to the possibilities and also the platforms that you can use to basically bring ideas to life. Yeah, so that's been my experience so far. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Nhlanhla. So guys, this is what's gonna happen real quick. So we're just gonna take 2 to 3 seconds. You guys will vote who's the winner, right? So I'm gonna point at the person. Just make a little bit of noise. Let's not break windows. But let's show some love for my brother over here. Okay. Let's see. For my brother over here. Okay. So what's your name again? Let's make some noise for Leboan. We think code. And last but not least, our woman in tech. She deserves it.
Thank you very much, guys. Okay. Yes. So the 500 voucher, I know that after lunch, people don't come back, especially about what I'm going to mention now. So we have a cash bar upstairs. So it's 70 rands for cocktails. There's also a double GNT, and also there is a special 2 for 100 rands, right? Drinks upstairs. Beers and ciders prices will be confirmed on top. So that is why I told Gabriel, I was like, you know what, I'm keeping the
Welcome back, everyone. So, I hope you had a good lunch, and I think we are feeling a little bit sleepy. I know I'm one person who wants to sleep after eating, but again, we go back to the rules, right? We give the speaker the attention they need and deserve, and you are allowed to clap. So now we are going to have Keke. We have 2 more speakers left. And then after that, we all going to go upstairs to do for the closing remarks, spot prizes. So they said that the other spot prizes, they're gonna be upstairs. So we have Keke and we also have Sam, who is going to tell us more about cloud. So Gabriel, over to you. Let's clap for Gabriel, guys.
Cool. Thank you so much, Tuelo. Yeah, guys, so the event is not yet over. Still have 2 more speakers. Keke, she's still preparing, but we'll go into, you sorted? Okay, perfect. But yeah, guys, let's keep the energies high. Let's support these last 2 speakers, and let's end off with a bang. So you just gotta
Hold it.
clip it to, ideally somewhere not underneath your, yeah, so that it doesn't get blocked. Maybe on the side.
I'm starting to find the clips. Okay. Okay, is it much better?
Yeah.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you guys are full and energetic like me. Okay, I'm not getting that energy, eh? It's like, yeah. That's what I want to hear. Okay. Before I even start, the theme is obviously unity, diversity, and being able to improve in everything that we're doing, okay? So as you can see, the theme for today, or what I need to present to you, is that when spiders unite, they can tie down a lion. Do you believe in that? Okay, so with me, I've got these documents, which I'm going to ask you guys to fill them in. I'm hoping that you've got a pen and a paper. It'll just help me to improve on my presentation, okay? All right.
Sorry to interrupt you. So I'm gonna lift up the yellow file when you have 5 minutes left, and then the red file you have 10 seconds left.
Perfect.
But you have 30 minutes left.
Even better. Okay. I have been introduced, but now I need to talk to you guys like techies, or should I give you robotics names? I don't know. Can everybody take out their cell phones? Please. Okay. And I'd like everybody to raise their phones and take a picture of me. Okay. Yeah, please just raise your phones and take a picture of me. Thank you. And now, I want you to understand that the most important person sitting here right now is this person that is going to show on the screen in your phones. Please take the very same phone, but this time, take a selfie. Do you see that person? That is the person that is going to allow me today to share my little thoughts and my tiny contribution to your heart, because I'm hoping that I'm going to touch your heart, but not only that, your mind, your body, and your soul. We're together. Did you see that person? Is that person special enough?
Okay, so I'm an IT support analyst at a global law firm called Baker McKenzie, and basically an advocate in making sure that we bridge the digital divide. A mother of 3, oh, and recently married. And obviously, I have a decade of experience in the IT industry, and my journey has been marked by both challenges as well as triumphs, and both which have taught me that it is collaboration that will make us stand out. So I want you to understand that as you're sitting right here right now, you obviously are understanding that there is nothing so important than collaboration. So beyond my role as a Baker McKenzie, I also run a nonprofit company called United Siyafunda. Okay, and basically what United Siyafunda does is it bridges the technology divide and it teaches kids coding and robotics. But not only that, it teaches youth to become coding and robotics facilitators. Okay, so we obviously achieve this by enabling, supporting, and providing coding and robotics training programs in Gauteng. Today, I invite you to join me in my journey as I unpack and, like I said, the heart of innovation and the power of unity and community empowerment. As seen through the lenses of my experience, allow me to share that with you. So our United Siyafunda journey has been one of the most interesting journey. During COVID, when everybody was locked down, we came together and decided to start up this initiative because there was no movement. The only thing we could do was to come together, build, code, learn new skills. Because most of the taverns were closed, so we couldn't go meet up there. So we had to find other hobbies, and these hobbies ended up being skills, and skills that have now taken us to the world. I'll tell you in a bit about that. Okay, so what do we do? We obviously teach school children from the age of 5 to 15 years. They enter into our program, and then we've got we also teach educators. We run training for educators, but also we have youth program that we're running. So this is unemployed youth from Ekasi that will enter into a space. We teach them, then they become facilitators in schools so that they can earn stipends. So we are creating jobs as well. Okay, so up to date, we've administered this program for more than 1,110 kids in the foundation phase. We are the winners of the UNISA African Expo. So we won the expo in 2022 for Africa. So winning first prize, okay? So our kids also participate in the First Lego League program, which is an international program where we take kids from the communities and they're able to participate in this so that they can go to Canada. So we had a team that was coming from the Eastern Cape that we supported, and they managed to go all the way to the international competition where they were exposed to so many things. And also last year, we got the opportunity to participate in the World Robotics Olympiads. So meaning kids from under-resourced communities are then able to participate in such leagues of this magnitude. And it's all brewed by youth that are in the communities that have no skills at all, but have subscribed themselves to our program to be able to teach these kids. Okay, so the interesting part of today's topic is innovation. What do you think is innovation? According to the Prosperity Paradox, a book that I read by Mr. Efosa Jomo and Karen Dillon, it says, it's a change in the process by which an organization transforms resources into products and services of greater value. So the most important thing is you start something out of nothing to get where you want to be. I don't know what your goals and your dreams are, but I know for a fact that as you know, from United Siyafunda, this transformation became very, very valuable to our communities because we're transforming information into training, educational training that can be used by everyone. And now we're innovative enough to even invent our own robotics equipment that will be used in schools for these kids to learn, and it will be customed to our own African languages. So when we started, we never thought we'd be speaking the innovation language. And let me tell you why we got to a point whereby we innovate. It's because we're driven by the power of collaboration. You have to collaborate in order for us to win. I see this thing of South Africans, we like competing, you know? So you see me, I'm doing a program, and now you're thinking you're gonna start it up everywhere, and you know, come on guys, let's be like Pakistanians. Have you seen how they operate their shops? It's like there's no bread here. They go ask this one, you know, to sell for you and everything. That's what we want. That's the power of collaboration. And that's what made United Siafunda to have its mark, not only just in Gauteng, in Africa, and now going to the world. So let's explore the concept of unity as a driving force. Unity in technology particularly. Where do you think we can unite in order for us to come up with one great concept, business plan, innovation, creativity, whatever that you're thinking of? Because I don't know where you want to go in life, but I can tell you what, that when we have a unified driving force, we can go everywhere we want. And that's why when I started my presentation today, there was an Ethiopian proverb which says, when spiders unite, they can tie down a lion. So if we today had to come up with a concept that is going to make us future Elon Musk or whatever you want to do, don't you think that if we share the ideas together, we'll come up with a concept that will only not make us become successful, but it will also create strength in diversity. You with me? Okay. I'm just going to a little bit share with you in terms of the research studies that we've done on the case theories that have shown that unity, collaboration, and being the driving force of so many successful companies, giant companies. Now we have an example of Netflix, for example, you know, and there's case studies for Google. Netflix entered into the market, for those who don't know, and where's your blockbusters and all of that? Nobody knew about Netflix. But I'm talking about those spiders. And you see, they managed to tie down a lion. So that's what the concept that I want you to understand at the moment. So there's so many case studies that showcase community and unity in the technology industry. But one needs to look no further than Google. And that's the reason why we're here. Google for a merit of example of successful collaborative engagement in Africa. The Google AI Research Center, does everybody know about it? It was launched in Accra in Ghana in 2018 and has made great strides in bringing together leading researchers and engineers and collaborating with universities on the wider research community to push the boundaries of AI to solve critical challenges on the continent. And recently, Google announced it will train 20,000 Nigerian women and youth in digital skills and provide a grant of about $1.6 million to enable capacity building. Can we have something like this in South Africa as well? And can you all be part of it? Can we make it happen? Because Google is making it happen. So the multifunctional technology company also hosts Google to tackle specific problem or support in particular communities. Whether that's a city, a continent, the entire world, as such, Google looks for non-profit organizations like us and social enterprises, and ideas that can create change. You with me? Change is important in innovation. So this process involves obviously collaborating, asking experts, ideas, and having the most impact in our communities. And it's proven today. You're sitting right here because of Google, right? And that's why you attended this event, because they made it possible. So we need those kind of collaboration. There's also AfriLabs, which I don't know if you heard about, which then uses the strengths of the community networks to become a driving force. When we had the opportunity upstairs to interact with one of the guys that are here to showcase where they are also providing a platform to give youth, an opportunity to gain jobs through their hub. Things like that were not like that before. You have to carry your CV and take it from one company to the other. Today, we have so many platforms that you can use, and that is through the power of collaboration. Your LinkedIn, so many companies subscribe to it. You subscribe to it. What else can you come up with that is South African flair, that can allow you to collaborate? South Africans like to dance. Can you think of a platform that you can use? So maybe we're dancing AI with our Oculus and it's all fun. You never know, but it's all possible because during the lockdown, it's shown that it's possible. Another interesting case study that I want you to know is e-commerce. We've all heard of e-commerce, and e-commerce has its bornness in nature and basically has emerged in the transformation of this technology, and it unites communities from different places. One that I know of is Jumia, which is a marketplace and a model that allows people to market their products. So this facilitated the unity of creating a shared platform for sellers from different regions. So it is evident that the e-commerce companies, they're making money because the numbers show that the kind of collaboration is bearing fruits. For example, the value of the social commerce industry in Africa was worth $8.9 billion. Did you know that? In 2022, it has projected the growth rate of 55.2% between 2022 and 2028. So we're expecting growth in e-commerce. So now you know where to invest your money in. I've just given it for free, and it's a case study that is definitely there. So it is this United Tech System innovation, that is very inspiring and that is making a lot of the pursuit of happiness. I always tell people that the beauty of life, it doesn't depend on how happy you are, but it depends on how happy others can be because of you. How many of you are making an impact out there? How many of you are here for jobs? Can you please raise your hand? Anybody that says, I'm looking for a job. How many of you are entrepreneurs? How many of you are here because you just want to gain knowledge? Okay, so when we walk out of this building, I would like us to have the power of innovation and understand that it comes with being the change, and changing societal, solving societal problems comes with changing your mindset. But not only that, it comes also with the power of collaboration. So the market creating innovations are the norm these days, right? Everybody's thinking innovation that leads to the creation of the entire market, or you're thinking very small or advancing a product that exists. It's up to you how you want to do it. I have further experienced innovation and unity and equity in startups that have strengthened my belief in the future of the tech industry. Thinking outside the box, it's very important to solve societal problems. So one of the wonderful opportunities that we had is that we managed to collaborate with some of the companies based in South Africa that made it globally. The first one being MyDesk Global. So what is that? We're only training robotics equipment. How did it end up there? How did we even get to the power of collaborating with other companies or the startups like us to be able to showcase what we're doing? Who is MyDesk Global, by the way? As you can see, they understand the unique challenges faced by school-going children who may not have access to conventional school desk. So they created their workstations, and their desks are powered by solar lighting. What does that mean for you? It means when you change the way you think and you collaborate, someone out there who is a child does not have a desk, but it is through the power of creativity, innovation, and collaborating that someone out there in those rural areas, they have a desk. It turns out to be a bag that they can carry to school, and then they can also take it home, and it becomes a desk where they can sit and they can learn. So if we were sitting just and saying, we're just doing Gauteng, we don't want to collaborate with other people, would not even be aware that there's these most wonderful initiatives that are out there. Going back to the power of collaboration. And then we met OBSI. Who is OBSI and what is OBSI doing? Very simple. So they are it's a transformative information that is dedicated to breaking down barriers and expanding horizons for underdeserved learners, as we call them. So they work hard at increasing access to career guidance, mentoring through innovative digital platform designed to nurture talent and unlock opportunities. So now we're talking about a software developer that managed to develop a software or an app that actually children can interact and get mentors from all over spheres, and from when they're building their career as an ed tech from schools up until they get to a point whereby they are in universities. How cool is that? I'm sure would have loved to have something like that. I'm sure I would have been a pilot. Oh, wait, I'm sure to be a pilot. So we also collaborated with Nubian Smarts. We got the opportunity to understand their concept and what they do. So basically what they do is they are a smart-driven, passionate, and they produce quality. Quality, guys, did you hear that? Educational solutions that have African child at the core of their heart. Improving the educational experience of African kids with solutions that make them learn fun. Having listened to what I've been saying, right? Now I'm going to take it to you guys to the floor. In a nutshell, if we had to be creative enough to solve societal problems, which specific problem do you think you would want to solve? Anyone? Anybody? It's hard to think after break, ne? After lunch.
Fintech.
Okay. Explain more about fintech.
I just think that the exposure of what's this? Yeah, let me just say that. Technology, we're not exposed to technology in our townships, right? And this hinders what's this, for example, the ladies that sell at the corners to get market base. So they don't have market. You really need to understand her and know all about it to buy from her, which I feel like it's a barrier, it's a boundary of the seller and what's this, her as what's it? No, the seller, her, and
the buyer.
client.
Yeah.
Because she could get much more customers maybe if she was there was an application that enabled us. If, for example, let's say I go to Tembisa, right? I get to Tembisa, I need something. For example, Mkhodu.
Yeah.
I can't go to Uber Eats and search Mkhodu. You know, those things you'd get a gas. You need to talk to people for that. But we need to solve that problem. What's this with technology? We need to bridge that gap. That's what I'm trying to say.
So I like your concept about fintech, and basically it ties down to e-commerce and what I was talking about earlier on, giving them the platform to be able to be exposed to such. So everybody knows Mkosi. If you're not from the community, I get to even guys, we know someone who's selling, I get somewhere in the corner there, like he's saying. So he's saying that is the problem. So what do you think would be the solution to this problem? Anyone? Okay. Maybe you're going to go last. I want to open it to the floor. I want you guys to think. He's presented a problem. What's the solution? How do we expose them?
Maybe, I guess, I'm not sure if he's already sort of given the answer, but yeah, central direction, first of all, listing types of businesses under the various categories, and hopefully somehow bring that to some sort of mapping technology so that you know how far it is from where you are.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else?
Not really giving a solution, but I think there's existing solutions. You can search for, should be delivery customers, something like that, that works in more remote areas and offers local dishes that you wouldn't get from. So apps like
Okay, so what's the platform?
Should be delivery Caspian. I'm not sure if I'm
Caspian. Okay. Thank you, sir. And then you can go last.
So, the solution I was thinking to the problem is probably create a platform, right? Number one, the platform is going to be a microfinancing platform, right? So you can upload credits. For example, you upload 100 Rand into the app, and then we're minimizing that lady that sells in the corner, right? The app shouldn't be able to show people Baba Minkunzi Mupi. So you can create your transactions with the app. You go to her, you give her out, she gives you a QR code, you pay through the app. So there's no money she has physically, which mitigates the risk of her actually losing her stock, risking her life also. And also it gives her the exposure of her customer base.
Okay. So very interesting.
I'd like to chime in a little bit. There's a huge distance between people, Basekas, and technology.
Sure.
A lot of us, we build technology for us. We don't build it for them. I'll explain what I'm trying to say. The average mom does not have a smartphone or does not understand the smartphone enough for you to be doing that for her. Yoko is the biggest financial yes, right? So they did it the simplest way to make sure that the Umam can be able to, be able to sell. Right? They give them that little dongle where you what is it called? Where you can be able to tap. So they're trying to make them because remember you have money on the card. You don't have money. Yeah, you have money on the card on your phone. Usually you don't have money in your pocket. Mam Hlongo usually relies on your pocket. She has to have your money so that she can go buy something. But now there's a huge gap, right? So Yoko comes in. Sorry, I'm not gonna
ask me to take it offline just so that we give this problem time.
Okay. Okay, thank you. It looks like I've opened a can of worms here. But what I like is that from the discussion we've just had, it is simple. We all have solutions. Sometimes we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Like there is an existing app which you can add some security features to it. Sometimes Mamhlongo needs to be educated, and there's your United Siafunda, which then becomes a training platform so that we can supply Mamhlongo with our own technology device, not to make calls, you see, to tie down to what your ideas are. So there's always a solution. It could be an expensive one, but there's always a cost involved. So the free flow of ideas and the collective pursuit of knowledge create an environment where breakthroughs are not only possible, but inventable. When we unite our strengths and perspective, we pave the way for groundbreaking discoveries. You with me? I want you to listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. We united, we learn. United, we grow. United, we thrive. United, siyafunda. So that completes my presentation for you guys today. And I'm hoping that you'll become the groundbreakers and that when you walk out of this door, an invention has already been brought forward. So I'm looking forward to everybody that participated, that will be inventing or this app. And actually, I would want both your ideas to incorporate. So I'm looking forward to a new invention that's going to make us money. Thank you so much.
Awesome, guys. Thank you so much, Kiki. And I can just grab the mic. So before we go on to our last speaker for this track, folks, we're just gonna do something fun for our $500. I'm just joking. For our 500 Rand voucher, which is we're dancing, right? So we're dancing just to get the blood flowing through the body. Got some background music going and all. This is just a quick 5-minute exercise just to keep the energy levels up, and then we're back to it. Yeah, so How does this work?
So, whoever is not shy, this is a 500 rand take a lot voucher. You're gonna come dance. Everyone, please stand up. Please, everyone, just stand up. Please. You know, we are tired. We just ate, guys. Please work with me here. We are left with one speaker now. So Gabriel is going to open. He's walking away with 750.
Awesome. Awesome, guys. Thank you for your cooperation, and I trust that we're all energized. Yeah, so just a quick announcement. Once you filled in these forms of check them out, please do put it on that table there or on the chairs on your way out so we can give it to our lovely team, KK's team, and yeah, they can do the amazing things with that. Okay, guys, up next we have a gentleman by the name of Sam. Are your slides good, sir? Okay. Awesome. Please make your way up to the stage so while we give you an awesome round of applause. And just a quick introduction to who Mr. Sam is. So, yeah, just on a high level, while we load up the slides. Sorry, I just need to get to my notes. But before I do that, so Sam will be speaking to us on autopilot clusters.
It's actually cloud computing.
Okay.
We're also going to be getting into autopilot and Kubernetes and stuff.
Okay, awesome. So we got a jam-packed part up next. For those who don't know, you know, compute is a big part of cloud, but there are various options for compute, and so over here will assist us. Before I hand over the mic, I just want to quickly do a quick intro. So Mr. Samuel Oladejo, awesome. He's a software engineer currently pursuing a MSc in computer science with a research focus on dynamic portfolio optimization using the NBEATS model. I'm going to Google that immediately after this, and deep reinforcement learning techniques. The list goes on. I think I'll just say one more sentence. So as a software engineer at Swift Analytics, he specializes in developing customer-facing features and robust integration pipelines for fintech, showcasing proficiency in Node.js, Express, JavaScript, TypeScript. He's the web guy, among other technologies. So I think without further ado, let's hand it over to Mr. Sam over here.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I think that's a very, very long introduction. I'm actually just a guy, just a guy that likes technology. And for the most part, my day-to-day, I do like software engineering, like you said. And I'm also very intrigued about, the space of the cloud computing space. And that's what I'm going to be talking to you guys about today. Also delving into automating systems and also Kubernetes and the rest of it. So just a quick one, as you guys can see on both sides of the screen. The topic is just don't sleep on Google Cloud. We're going to be navigating the waves of Google Cloud services. So I know this is a Google event, GDG event, but how many of you guys are familiar with Google Cloud? Do you mind raising up your hand? Okay, that's not too many people in the room. And how many of you guys have used Google Cloud to like build software or build anything like that? Okay, we have 2 people, so I guess we have some experts in the room on Google Cloud. But this is the main reason why I'm doing this talk today, is to kind of show you guys that we do know, some guys know AWS, your Azures, and the rest of them. But there's also a big boy that is kind of new on the block compared to the rest of the other cloud providers, but it's also a really, really powerful system that you guys can use to build whatever you're trying to build. So without wasting much of your time, like I was saying, the goal of this talk is just to introduce you guys to Google Cloud, show you some of the services that Google Cloud has, and tell you why you need to actually utilize Google Clouds for whatever you want to do. Another question I want to ask, how many people here are students at the moment? Oh, okay. I see where we're getting at now. I can kind of figure out like where, what do you call it now? I can figure out how everyone is going to be feeling about this conversation. But be it being a student or being a professional in the field, I'm going to try to go through the cloud computing phase a bit slowly, then we get to the more advanced stuff, so you can also kind of understand these technologies. It's not too complex, and it's not, it's not rocket science, but it's something that you guys will actually have fun using. So just a brief of some of the companies utilizing Google Cloud and some of their customer stories. We have your Time Magazine, we have Goldman Sachs, we have Spotify, we have Frontier Development. So those are like big names also in like the US and across the world. They're utilizing Google Cloud. So it's not just me and 2 experts in the room utilizing Google Cloud. It's a really, really big platform. And also on a day-to-day, I actually use Google Cloud to like at my workplace and things like that. So one of the key features of Google Cloud is data analytics, Kubernetes, and performance and networking. So for the major thing, as we know, in this day and age, data is king. You always need data, and you always have to, like every single thing you do is literally based on data. How many guys have used ChatGPT? Honestly, I expect everyone in the room to have used ChatGPT. Use what? Yeah, that's the one. No ChatGPT in the room, guys. But so that basically is trained on a lot of data, but ChatGPT use bad instead, no ChatGPT, but it's based on a lot of data, training and things like that. And it wouldn't have been possible without cloud computing in the first place. And also it wouldn't have been, Bard wouldn't have been possible without the Google Cloud system. So that's one big deal. Also Kubernetes, I'll be touching on that later on. How many guys in the room knows about Kubernetes, Docker, containerization? Okay, just quite a number
of you. So don't worry if you don't know about it. It's fine. We'll touch on it later on, and so you can get yourself familiar with these systems. So a quick one. What is cloud? What is cloud computing? I've been talking about like, oh yeah, Google Cloud or this cloud and that cloud. It's literally just renting computing resources from, let's say, a big provider or from someone that actually has it over the internet. So be it, for Google Cloud, you can rent as many RAMs and as many CPUs and things like that as you want to maybe build your software. I don't know, guys, since we do have a majority of students in the room, so I'll talk more about like you guys, the projects that you guys work on. Let's say, is anyone working on machine learning in the room? Any students working on machine learning? I see you're literally working on everything. You're literally like a huge professional here. But yeah, so you're working on machine learning. I know you, I'm sure you've interacted with like some of the services on the cloud and like utilizing some of those machine learning services to build your data flow pipelines and things like that. But also as students, you guys can also utilize the resources on there to do whatever projects you're working on. And it's literally not just for professionals. We also need we also want students to also involve themselves in that space, because these are things that you utilize after school. Most times, at the end of the day, if you get a job or whatnot, you eventually find yourself maybe working on like cloud computing or things like that. And it's best for you to start learning about it like while you're at school, so it makes things easier. Okay, so this is just a short video. Let me just see if there's an audio. Sorry about that. So that's a quick summary on Google Cloud. I think you guys can now you guys now have more understanding as to like what I'm talking about. I've been talking about a lot of theory and things like that, but you can also see, apart from AI, apart from data analytics, apart from Kubernetes, you can also use it for like your research, cancer research for any doctor in the house, or you can use it for as many things as you want to use it for based on your needs. So cloud computing, like I said earlier, it gives you resources on demand. It also allows you to access it over the internet, similar to like any other cloud provider these days. And it's elastic. So if you guys have like any intent, like let's be honest, like let's say as a student, maybe you have your HP or you have your Mac or you have whatever, you're trying to load as many things as possible. You're trying to, if you're doing ML, you're trying to like load a model, you're trying to get that stuff running locally on your computer. And it's taking days, it's taking a while for you to get to it. That's a bit difficult, You'd rather just like create an instance that can run that for you automatically. You maybe pay per use. And also, I'll talk about that later on, but you can easily get these resources on demand without stressing and without like, waiting for your computer to run things locally, which is always a pain. So this is just a brief, quick history of cloud computing, which I wouldn't really touch much on. It's just like how normally you utilize, or for businesses, they utilize like their local resources, they rent things like that, and they have to basically have data servers and things like that locally in their office space, which was very expensive, because sometimes you might not necessarily need all that cloud computing resource. Sometimes you just maybe want to run something small, and sometimes, for instance, there was Black Friday yesterday, Takealot and the rest of them, they had to actually have resources to be able to scale up to the amount of users that are utilizing their software at that particular time. That would be kind of very, very difficult if maybe they just had like, I don't know, 2 servers or 3 servers dealing with that. But due to utilizing the cloud, makes things easily scalable, and you can now, build for millions and millions of customers. Or let's say someone in the room wants to start a business, and you start on maybe just hosting things locally on your computer. Now you're having more traction. You're having like thousands of people visiting your sites. There's no way your local computer can run that. You now need to scale up, and this is where like Google Cloud comes in. Oh, and lastly, this is the container-based architecture. Kubernetes and the rest of them fall under that. And the second wave is just VMs, virtualized data centers, and things like that. So types of cloud computing: platform as a service, software as a service, infrastructure as a service. Okay, now I want this to be more engaging. I don't just want to keep speaking. Does anyone know about like software as a service, for instance? Okay. I don't know if you want to speak in the mic. Okay, just be audible so everyone can hear you.
So software as a service example, they are, sorry, I forgot my examples, right?
That's fine.
For the softwares, but they're running softwares for data analytics. So for example, if someone is running infrastructure as a service, they are storing their data, right? They pay for a company like, I forgot the company, right? That offer software as a service for maybe the engagement. They probably want to know how many people are engaging, how many people are buying, how many
Anyway.
Yeah.
No, I
It's
get what you're saying.
Analytics.
So yeah, I get what you're saying. So simply, software as a service is literally software as a service. It's more like your Google. You go to Google, you search. You don't necessarily need to utilize like anything. You don't need to understand how they're doing things on the ground. It's literally just you utilizing the software as for whatever you want to do. So that's simply like software as a service. Infrastructure as a service is more of like your it's closer to having a data center together with like Google Cloud, whereby you actually get some of their core computing resources. So maybe like your RAMs and like all those underlying things. So you have to manage that by yourself in terms of provisioning and things like that, which is what a lot of people try to run away from, because you need to have like some networking knowledge and things like that. And platform as a service is just like, you can build your softwares on it, so it's more hands-on. But that's why literally it's in between infrastructure as a service and software as a service, because it's in between. It allows you to not do as much as infrastructure as a service, whereby you can literally just build you as, let's say, as a startup, or you as someone that is building any software solutions, you can literally just build on top of that platform and customize it the way you need. You don't necessarily have to, get the underlying storage and things like that. You just like build on top of that. So that's just a quick one. I'll try to run through everything because I do have a lot more slides afterwards. But so yeah, this is one of the so this is literally one of the Google Cloud services that allows you to build software on it. So I know from the name, literally Google Cloud Engine. Can anyone guess what this can be used for? I think we also have like a description or a diagram that you guys can understand. Anyone in the crowd? Yeah. Like, why would you want to use Google Computer Engine? So this is like literally one of the services Google offers, and it's I think especially when you're starting out, this is one of the things that you'd like encounter, or this is one of the things that you'd want to use, depending on obviously your field. But anyone? Anyone? So do you mind bailing us out? Okay. Yeah, you can definitely utilize it for some of that. But so the Google Compute Engine basically allows you to, like, it's basically like you renting a computer in the cloud, right? So you can rent as many as possible. You can rent thousands of these, hundreds of this on the cloud without you needing to buy your, 10,000 rands or 5,000 rands computer. You can rent this for as long as you want to use it. Maybe you just want to, even if you want to just host your personal portfolio website on, and you want people to interact with it. Maybe you worked on a nice project and you just want to display it up there. You want people to just maybe type your name and type your name.com on Google and like find you. You can actually just use your Google Compute Engine for that purpose. But that's more of like a single page thing. You don't obviously want to incur cost, but there's so many other things that you can utilize it for, because it's literally a very, very powerful tool. And you can also have like nodes in it. You can also have your file system. Everything computer-based is your Google Compute Engine. So just think about it as you're renting a computer in the cloud, right? And so Cloud Functions, I would say this is more, it's more of an advanced tool, but it helps you, it abstracts you away from what goes on with the computer. So now I'm interacting with the computer, maybe allocating the resources that I need in terms of RAM, in terms of storage, in terms of all that stuff. And Cloud Functions just basically allows you to put your code there, and then it's basically can scale it as up and down the way you need it. I don't know if you guys are following. Am I too technical, or is that okay? So it's literally like, I don't know, there's no Google equivalent. It's like your maybe VS Code. You literally just put your code, write your code, and allow it to provision whatever systems you need. And you don't necessarily need to now think about, oh, this is the amount of RAM that I need for this particular software to run, or all that stuff. You just write your code on there and it can scale accordingly. And this diagram literally just has like a messenger, like your Google Home, your Messenger and Slack. It can literally speak to that function, and that basically can communicate with other services like your AI platforms, Vision Pro, and Data Store. It can do what you need it to do and then return the data for you. It makes things much easier. So you don't necessarily, like if you're not building like huge software, you're not building like a huge project that needs different moving parts and things like that. You just want to run something simple. Maybe you want to work on like a IoT project, but maybe you want your, you want all the lights in this room or the lights somewhere else to come on when someone walks in or something like that. You can literally use like your Cloud Functions. It speaks to maybe your AI platform to do like some AI recognition or whatnot, and then you can get your data from there easily. So PubSub, this is also another interesting tool, but yeah, this is a more advanced one. It's more like a subscriber messenger type thing, whereby you do have your publisher. So your publisher basically speaks to creates a topic, publishes a topic, and then there's a subscriber that's literally checks out for that topic and does what, then passes on the information to whichever resource needs to utilize it. So the reason why I included this here is because these things are kind of necessary if you want to like go into containerization or Kubernetes and all that stuff. It's a lot of technicalities, but this is why I say, like, especially when you're a student or whatnot, it's always important to like try to upskill yourself and like learn these things now, because eventually it's just like the wave I showed you earlier on. You just keep going and like it never stops. So this is a more complex diagram on PubSub. This is, many-to-one, many-to-many, whereby like a publisher or subscriber can subscribe to many topics. And this is like, so the first one here, let me come this way. So your one-to-many, you do have one publisher. So this is literally just publishing the message, as you can see. And this is your subscription. So there are many subscriptions. They can be like many servers or many computers, let's say, listening out for that subscription. And so let's say you have more people using your system, and you want them to be able to scale easily. You don't necessarily need to now always manually check how many people are on the system and then like create a new compute instance or maybe a compute engine. You can just have this which speaks and automatically reads or looks out for any body subscribed to that particular topic or publisher, sorry. And so this is literally like just a brief architecture of PubSub. You can definitely read more on this if you're interested, or if if you find it interesting. But yeah, these are more advanced things that you get to work on with Google Cloud and BigQuery. BigQuery simply is for like huge, maybe data science projects or things like that you're trying to work on. You can have like millions of lines of in your CSV file, and it can assist you in reading that and also running whatever analytics that you need on that data. And like I said, like the world right now is based on data, and every single thing like we do generates like new data and things like that. Even right now, your voice now is data. Whatever you type in Google or wherever is data. So this is also another useful tool. And this is a use case for some of the services, some of the Google services. But this right now is like, you do have like your mobile, you have your web, you have your data store, and also your IoT devices. You can allow them communicate with each other. So maybe whereby you have an application and someone wants to, let's say someone wants to switch on the TV or do whatever, you do have like PubSub waiting for that communication, subscribing to the topic and things like that. So I don't want to delve too deep into this because yeah, it seems like a lot of diagrams and whatnot there. And I just wanted you guys to see like the use cases of your Google Cloud services. You have like so many services. I think they're way over 100 plus that you can utilize for anything you're trying to build. And I know a couple of you might have like projects they're working on or any ideas. And I remember earlier on while the previous speaker was talking, there were a lot of there was the conversation about like building for the CASIs and things like that. So if you're also interested in like building something or building simple solutions for people to utilize, maybe building something like your Yoko, you might eventually find yourself using some of the services to assist in scaling up and even to reaching out to people in different areas. So containerization, this is one thing that I'm quite excited about. And as you can see, it's just a bunch of containers. A bit of a boring introduction to it, but does anyone have any idea of what containerization is all about? Anyone? Okay, do you mind assisting?
Okay, I'll try to put it in a way that I think would best suit. So let's say, okay, containerization, so like separating your application and then putting it inside a container.
Sorry, do you mind if you...
Container. Okay. Okay, well, I'll say it in a case where, or I'll talk more about how we use containerization in my use case. So let me first try to explain how I understand what it is. It's sort of like separating your application, making it run in a whole, like it's sort of like it will run in such a way that it's independent of your environment, right? Let's say, for instance, you're using a Windows computer
and now you wanna run something that will run, let's say, inside a Linux. So now you can run the application so smooth that it's so independent from your Windows environment. And now you can send, let's say, your container to somebody who is using Able, and it will still run the same way. So let's say, let me talk more about our use cases, right? Because I'm more from a background of electronics kind of a thing. So obviously we have different environments. So we have the embedded systems side of things, where it's the most low end of things, right? And then now we have the cloud. We have also the application side. So that's how we talk more sort of like IoT, where the hardware communicates with the servers and also like your applications. So now your JavaScript cannot run along your server clouds and all that. So now we actually put all these applications inside containers in such a way that each container will run separate. And then now each container can run a different version of Python. And then while the other one runs Python 10, the other one would run Python something, 3.9.
Thank you very much for that. I think you did literally cover like most of all what containerization is all about. It's literally just abstracting your different softwares and solutions into a container-based system so that it's easily portable. And so, for instance, maybe might be using a Mac, someone else is using Windows or anything like that. I can be working on maybe machine learning models. I can literally train machine learning models in a container. And when someone else with maybe a Windows machine can take that same container and easily run that same model and do everything from scratch. You don't now need to start installing things and like configuring all that stuff. It's makes life easier for you in general. And before we did have your VMwares, whereby you build directly on using an hypervisor and you build on that. And you can build your software and have your other operating system and things like that using your VMware. But it was also more compute intensive, and it was easily configurable, but containerization abstracts all that stress that you need to go through. And as you can see, this is just like a brief description of the difference between VMwares and containerization, whereby on your container, you have your host operating system, which is, let's say, your Windows, and you just have to install Docker, and then Docker can run multiple apps all at once. And at that point in time, you don't necessarily now need to like buy 5 different machines to run one particular software. You can literally utilize your container to do that. Or better still, you can always deploy it to the cloud and it runs it for you easily. Makes life way easier for anyone developing any application. And so there's also Kubernetes. And this is literally the most interesting part of the container section. But I'll just briefly explain this. So this, as you can see, there are little pods, those blue, literally blue whales here. These are pods which can do different jobs in your container. You have your nodes. So this is a Kubernetes cluster. This tells it what it needs to do and subscribes to different services and things like that. And you do have your different pods. And then you have also nodes in those pods. So each and every one of them, those nodes can do different tasks. Like maybe on your software, you need to do analytics, like you mentioned earlier. You can have those nodes one node taking care of analytics, one node taking care of something else. So it makes life easier, and it puts everything into a simpler format, basically. And Google has one of the best technologies for that, which is the Google Kubernetes engine. So this is just a brief description about it. And so all that Kubernetes and Docker diagram and everything like that I showed you earlier. So you can literally host it on your Google Cloud, and you can automate all that process and make life easier for you as if you're a data engineer or data scientist, or if you're just working on your projects by yourself. You can literally just have your software containerized, move it from one person to another. And if you need other people to utilize your software, if you need users to utilize your software, you can literally utilize your Google Kubernetes engine, and it assists in some of those processes. As you can see, there are nodes, and also you have your connected Google Cloud service and everything like that. So I would have loved to take you guys through a lab session, but I see my time is up. But do you mind if I just quickly take you guys through this last part? So if you want to learn more about the cloud, if you're intrigued about possibilities on what you can do, so there's a, let me just do this. Oh. So this is some of the Google Cloud services, as you can see on the screen. I just mentioned barely like 5 of them, but you can literally check your compute, you can check your storage, database. So any field you're in, you can utilize Google Cloud to build solutions or just even work on like minor projects using some of the services there. And also, this is just a brief of how the Google Cloud platform looks like. So, play around with the software, or the SaaS, basically. And just some of the services that you can utilize. You have your BigQuery APIs. You have you can literally just check every single, like your PubSubs, your Kubernetes engine and things like that. You can find them on Google Cloud and utilize them, for whatever you want to do. And I think this is the most important part. Is if you want to learn more about like Google Cloud in general, apart from like utilizing it, if you go there on the site and don't understand anything that's going on, you can always come to your Cloud Skill Boost, and you can use this to literally go through different cloud topics and things like that. So you have Google professionals talking about the cloud. You also have hands-on labs that you can utilize to properly get understanding of what's going on. I think I can definitely share a link later on so you can check it out. So it's the Cloud Skill Boost. As you can see, automating infrastructure, essentials of Google Cloud infrastructure foundations and things like that. You can use that to learn more about Google Cloud or even the cloud in general. And so yeah, this was the lab I was going to take you through. Very essential. You need to go through like labs to properly understand what's going on. Some of them are free, some of them you pay through credits, and it really helps you start building these things without spending too much money. And eventually, these are the skills of the next generation. This is the fourth industrial revolution skills that is very essential for you to maybe get into the industry or build whatever products you're building for the society. And lastly, we have, it's actually here. We have opportunities. Other opportunities are like your cloud computing certifications and things like that you can pursue afterwards if you're interested in pursuing that. But anyways, thank you for the extra time. Thank you guys for listening, and really appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sam. Guys, just a reminder, we are recording, so you will be able to get access to all of this on the various YouTube channels. But thank you so much, Sam. Please do not rush away as yet. I'm inviting my guest, Swelo. Let's maybe, should we stand on this side? Okay.
Should we stand beside for?
I don't know how's the lighting.
Yo, guys, we have made it. We have made it. Give yourself a round of applause again. Thank you very much, guys. So, we've had speakers, right? We've had speakers. And again, don't forget to follow us on GDG Johannesburg, GDG Soweto, GDG Pretoria, GDG Maseru. Yes. So on behalf of all those GDGs, this is a small token of appreciation from all of us. You guys, you took your time to be here. And it really, really means a lot because without you guys, we wouldn't be having an event like this and we wouldn't be educated, because I think all of us, we have learned something new from you guys. So on behalf of all the GDGs, we would like to say thank you very much. Thank you. So now, Gabriel is going to take us through the last part.
Awesome. They say save the best for last. And of course, we've got some polls. So up on the screen, folks, do they have to scan? They have to scan again? I'm not sure, it might still be the same, but do scan, do team up. Yes, let's turn down the lights. Light the candles. Okay, question number 1. So, have you explored the various sessions and workshops being offered today? And if so, is there anything specific that you're excited about? So, I think now's a good time to kind of tell us what you've picked up on cloud, maybe a new announcement made by Google, or something to do with Firebase. Who would like to come up and let us know? Is there anything you're excited to start using in your own projects, at work, your own gigs? Yes. So this is only going to run for another minute. So we're going to go quickly through these questions so we can go back upstairs and enjoy what's left of the event. So we've got about 5 participants typing. Okay, cool. Thank you. Just a quick shout out to our team here behind the desk, making all of this possible. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Without further ado, let us reveal the answers. Oh yes, sorry, I forgot something. The winners will be announced upstairs on the big stage. Okay, question number 2. What aspect of technology or development are you most passionate about? Could be cloud, could be Firebase, could be Android, web. Once again, we only have 1 to 2 minutes for this question. We're moving. By the way, what's up for grabs here is even more Takealot vouchers for 250. That's correct, right? Yeah. I think the next one is the big one, right? For yo, guys, we've got a lot of prizes circling around. Cool. Has everyone shot their shot here with this question? Anybody who needs extra time? Cool. Let's move on to the next question, which is, did you discover any new tools or technologies that you were eager to once again explore further in your own work? Do be specific. We spoke about a lot. But yeah, so I see we got 6 participants typing. Just me personally, yeah, also I learned a lot, but I think I'll just keep it to myself so that somebody doesn't steal my answer. Okay, you guys look like satisfied folk. I think we have one more question before we do.
Okay, so now this is the 500. They need to name all the speakers today. The one that's on the counter. It's not using it.
Oh, you heard that, folks? We got 500 up for grabs next. Got one participant typing, whoever that is. We're going to close up shortly. So if you're wondering if you won or not, we kind of building the suspense. You will find out shortly. Just make sure your name is set up properly on Slido. Sir Alex is going to take us to the next question shortly. And for this one, we want to see who's paying attention, right? So we're going to ask you about, the speakers, what they spoke about. Yes, we want to see what you guys took from the ground session. Yeah, we had people speaking about, like we say, Firebase, cloud, Android, web. So yeah, this next one is for $500 worth of Take a Loot. And then last but not least, we will have some speakers to give away. So for those of you who like music and whatnot, that one is a special gift for you. Sorry, guys, I forgot to mention this. So for this particular question, we're going to now rescan. So if you're not picking up, please just scan the QR, and we'll keep it up there for a few more seconds. So with any competition, it's first come, first serve, unfortunately. 2 minutes. Sorry, yeah? Yeah. So this question is specifically for down here, right? So all of these questions, track 2. We've got 2 minutes for this question. We're probably about almost halfway through. So we're up to 6 participants. Nice, nice, nice. Some guys, sorry, we got so many gifts circling around. I need to just check the inventory. Cool. I see we still got some people typing. Please do wrap your prompt up. 3 participants. We'll give it a few more seconds. Like I said, guys, we'll be announcing upstairs the winners. So make sure your names are in there. Cool. I think we can go to the next question, please, sir. Okay, I think QR code should still be good. This time our question is, do you guys have any suggestions? Oh, yeah. I think they're busy typing. Yeah. You guys still with me? We're almost done, guys. Sorry. I know it's getting warm and there's music waiting for us upstairs and whatnot. Cool. 11 participants. Nice. I think that's the highest number we've seen so far. But this feedback is crucial. There's always room for improvement, so let us know. And this is for...
It's not for the 500.
This is the speaker. This is for speaker, right? 250. I've lost. There's so many prizes, guys, but this is for 250. It's an easy 250. Take a lot voucher. And let's wrap up those prompts. So we got 2 more questions after this. Yeah.
Okay, guys. So the questions that you've answered, right? We have 250 take a lot vouchers, right? And then after that, we also going to have a question, and that's like a bonus. That's a 500 rand take a lot voucher. So the next question that's gonna come up, this one is still the 250, right? So has everybody answered this one? Are we good? Can we move on now? All right. This is the last question for the 250 rand take a lot voucher. So now we are going to the next question. Okay, Alex is feeling generous. He's saying that we need to give you guys 2 minutes of typing.
Just pause this. Just pick two. We must. Okay. Okay, guys, just stay tuned with us. We're almost done. We're just doing some checks internally. 1 more minute on this question, though. 1 more minute. Okay. Hey guys, look, we're almost done. We're almost done. So, up next, yeah. Sorry, folks. Thank you so much for your patience. Oh, guys, organizing is it's a fun challenge. Look, final question is the big one. Last one, 500 Take a Lot voucher. Please do scan the QR code, 2 minutes, and we head back upstairs. So this one is the one you had to pay attention for. And you only have 2 minutes for this one. We're going to cut it before you look at the schedule and find names. Anyways, we want 5 speakers and the topics they spoke on. So there's no saying Elon Musk was here speaking on, AWS. Accuracy is key. So 2 minutes. Once you're done, we can start slowly heading out, and I'm heading back to Tswelo.
Thank you, Gabriel. So with this one, it's the 500 rand Take a Lot voucher. And we're not going to spend time on it. How much time are we giving them? 1 more minute for this one. Are you going to give us the results now? Yes, it's already late. There's a keynote. $250. There's 250s, 2 of them, and then 1 500.
Okay, but we need to pull out those numbers because it's combined with the other guys from the top. So let's do the 500.
Yeah, do the 500. Yes, yes. 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 How many seconds left, Gabe? And after this, we all gonna go upstairs for the closing remarks.
Who's still typing?
It's not a lot in this economy, Gabriel. Okay, we are closing it up now. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is it with DevFest, guys. So now we're just going to announce the 500 rand winner and the 250 ones. They're going to be upstairs. Because now, no, 500 here. Yeah. Because the questions are different. What's happening, Alex? What's happening? Who's the winner? Who's anonymous? No, why? Already you're disqualified if you've put anonymous, guys. Why would you do that? Let me open up my program.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah, 2 months is better than 1.
All right, so the first speaker, just a quick reminder, it's Maya. Maya is there. And we're talking about ground floor, right? It's to show if you were here. Hey? Is there a problem? Other speakers. Okay, let's start with the ground floor because we are here, ground floor. So whoever has Maya, fine. You'll audit, right? And then there was Jessica Randall. And then there was Rosario Fernandez. And then there was Kenneth. Yes. That's 4, right? And then the last 2 was who? Gege and Samuel. So who won? There was no gift in here. In here, there was no gift. So these ones, Mpumi was upstairs. Sylvia was upstairs. So already here. So whoever, this one got 4. It's Kenneth, Fernandez, Jessica, and Maya. Jessica, Keke, Tabang Ledwaba was upstairs, Kenneth, yo, guys, do we have a tie? There were no topics. So let's vote, guys. Anonymous. But already there's Sylvia Mpumi. Yeah. So who won?
Seven Valley, guys.
Seven Valley.
Seven Valley.
Okay.
No, it's a team. Yeah.
Oh, so you guys will share the 500 ticket lots. Okay, guys, we are done. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. Woo! So please come to me and I'll capture your details. And with all, guys, I'm here. Thank you. So now, thank you everyone for attending Deaf Fest. It's much appreciated. And now we are wrapping things up. Upstairs, there's a keynote speaker. And the winners, please come give me your details, and then we will send them to you via emails. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you so much, guys.
Awesome. If you have one of these forms, please put it on the table over there. Thank you.